a brilliant look at the last day in the wilds of South Africa and the Mara. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. We'll see you next time.
Live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, and Jumbo, thank you so much for joining us on this episode of Mara Live. My name is Kerry Dupree, and I have Mr. Big James behind the camera with me today. We are currently sitting and just very calmly watching a herd of elephants that are munching away in this nice little drainage line, or should I say a little riverline area. And our plans for the afternoon is I want to find some new species that we haven't managed to show you on screen. So that is the plans for the day. The sun has come out quite nicely, but the clouds are also brewing, so we hope that we do not get wet this afternoon. But as always, it is just such a pleasure to be out here in the Masai Mara and to be able to experience this incredible scenery with you all. What a lovely afternoon it has turned out to be. Just listening to the elephants munching away. We're also going to look in this area. There was a serval seen here the other day, so maybe if we're lucky we can see that serval. So we are not alone out here this afternoon. Also joining us in the Mara is David. So let's head up north to David and see what his plans are for the afternoon.
Hello, and Jumbo everybody, and welcome to the other corner of the Masai Mara. I am at northeast of the Mara. Welcome to our sunset Mara Live. My name is David, and on me on camera this afternoon is Marcel. Elephants, and I'm talking about the hippos here. And it's very interesting, shortly before the drive started, the Mara Live drive, we just bumped on a savocat in the middle of the road, literally like 5 minutes ago. And Nadine, who is directing the show, was like, these cats do not understand that we need to see them when the show is up, but it is what it is. They are animals, they behave the way they want. We have a crocodile there. My guess, possibly this could be a young female. I could be wrong because of just being greenish in color. I am sitting on the Mara River. That tells you why what I'm saying is correct and true. No other place in the Masai Mara you will see this kind of water point. It's on the Mara River, and also with these huge numbers of hippopotamus. I'm sure you know we are live and we are very interactive. Always loving to hear from you. Great comments that you may have. Any questions? We'll be together for the next 1 hour on the Mara Live Sunset Drive. Rather humid today. I'm thinking it could be anything like 65-70% humid. And something tells me we might get some showers, maybe much later. And possibly we are crossing fingers to have the rains after the rains. Duckman Lava, a very good afternoon from us. Not sure what time it is back home where you are, and back to you. And Asante Sana, always to hear your face, Duckman Lava. And we have started with the hippos sitting here, the crocodiles. And possibly what I want to do is to move to an area I had seen some 2 lionesses this morning with a wildebeest kill and find out if they are still in the same spot or at the same spot. In the meantime, we'll take you back to the other side of the Masai Mara to Kerry.
We're just sitting with our elephants here. It's just really lovely to just sit and spend time with these elephants. I know Eric loves spending time with his elephants. So we're just sitting here and I'm scanning on the ridge on the other side of the elephants there, looking to see where our cats have gone off to, those lionesses that we saw from this morning, but also searching in this grass. It's quite unusual. I would have never thought you would see a serval in this very marshy area. So look, it's a low-lying marshy area. Another little stream is running through these trees. Granny Mango. I love that handle. I do love mangoes. They're great. And yes, we'll see if we can find some new species. We haven't shown you bushbuck yet. So there's an area I want to go where there's a big male bushbuck. Hopefully he hasn't been eaten by a leopard yet. And we saw the divisive waterbuck this morning. 2 of them, a male, very persistently following a female, but unfortunately they did not want to hang around to go live with us. So we'll try our best to see if we can maybe relocate some more waterbuck and a bushbuck. And again, I haven't seen serval. I know James says that him and David have seen lots of serval up by Governors, but I have not seen a serval in the Mara yet, so I would love to see a serval. But while we were sitting here, we're actually sitting in the shade of a lovely sausage tree, which I had to check had no sausages on at the time, because those massive sausages from a sausage tree can be quite large, and I actually found a giant sausage right next to the vehicle. James was just talking about it, and I asked James if he could give an average weight on how much he thinks the sausage weighs. And James said 5 kgs, eh James? Yeah. Think about 5 kgs. I mean, imagine this fruit falling onto your vehicle or onto your tent while you're sleeping during the day. I do not think that would be pleasant at all. So I'm still desperate to try this Kenyan sausage tree beer, the Muratina. I think it would be really cool to try it, but James still can't give me an answer on what exactly is the percentage amount of this Muratina sausage tree beer. He says, hey James? James says nope, even on the bottle, because I did Google, and you can dial a Kenya. You can order this drink online and have it delivered. Yep, I do think it would be very strong. So you can dial a Kenya and order this Muratina sausage tree beer online and have it delivered. I don't know if they'll deliver all the way into the Mara, but yeah, I think it would be very, very strong. So the Muratina beer is used, if you didn't watch my segment the other day, it's used in Kenya quite a lot in traditional ceremonies, so circumcision ceremonies, any meetings and greetings, big family gatherings, maybe any festive times during the festive seasons, and also for the dowry payment. 40 litres of this sausage tree beer is needed for the dowry payment.
some ellies that we're approaching now.
The light on her as well is absolutely gorgeous.
So we are going to enjoy the rest of this sunset.
Wow, this is absolutely crazy.
And thank you for joining us. For myself and Cam, we will see you next time. How cool is this?
And they drink it in an area, there's only allowed to be men there, no women are allowed. And James said when you drink it, you have to make sure the pointy part of the horn is facing you, right, James? It must face you. Otherwise, if the pointy part faces someone else, then that means you have to buy someone a goat. So, James, make sure you don't have to buy anyone a goat, eh? James quite enjoys the Muratina beer, but he said you don't get it very often. It's quite difficult to find, but if you're lucky enough while you're traveling through Nairobi, maybe if you ask someone, you might manage to find someone who can sell you some, but they mostly sell it on the sides of the road and in quite large quantities. So Temba, yes, I was chatting to James and James explained how they make this beer. So they actually take this fruit. So I actually thought to eat this raw fruit is toxic to humans, but toxic for us. I mean, the animals that I do know that feed on this have very rough stomachs, but what they do is they actually cut it up in cylinders and they leave it out to dry for a few days until the fruit is completely dry and it becomes black in color. Then they put it into a completely sealed barrel with, is it water, James? Just with water. If you want to make it sweet, you can also add some honey, and then they leave it for 2 to 3 weeks to cook and ferment in this barrel, and then they open it up, and it does look like ginger beer, but it doesn't taste like ginger beer. Hey, James? James says no, it doesn't taste like ginger beer. I believe it is quite strong, so you need to have just a little sip and decide if you like it or not. Still got to look at our elephants. They seem to be crossing this little stream going up the hill, and I'm looking to see on the hill if there's anything. But I think what we might do is I'm going to start up, James, and we'll reverse and see if we can see our buffalo. Debbie, you're welcome. I'm also enjoying immersing myself in as much Kenyan culture as I can. So much to learn out there. Okay, James, I'm just going to start up and we'll see if we can reposition and get a view of our buffalo and look in a different angle for our serval. So let's just start up here. Got our buffaloes just off to my right there. Hopefully we can have a nice view of this buffalo boy having a mud bath. How's that, James? Is that good there? Okay. Okay, well, we're gonna see if we can spot any more buffalo and anything else on the ridge. And while we do that, let's go head over to David and see what he thinks about the Kenyan sausage tree beer, Muratina.
Well, Kerry, actually, I would call it more of wine than beer, because what we do back in the village where I come from, we get a certain amount of water, say 20 liters, for example, in that quantification, and then we put it near water, put 10% of whatever amount of water in it, 10% of honey rather, in it, and then get about 5-6 fruits of the sausage tree and keep it near fire for 3 or 4 days. Hold on 1 minute. I will continue with that story of the wine. Let me first get a good location. You let me know where to stop, Marcel. A little more forward. Hold on. Aha. So Marcel is very happy where I'm stopping because he wants to show you something yes. So I'll continue with that story of that drink, and it's more of wine than beer, and it's water, honey, a bit of sugar, and then the fruit of the sausage. Now 1 minute. We'll be right back. If you look carefully there is a lioness, and below the lioness there is a carcass. I was talking earlier of looking for lions at it in the morning, and they hunted a wildebeest that was initially being hunted by hyenas, but they ended up getting it themselves. So I left them here in the morning. They haven't gone anywhere, and I don't think they're going to leave until this carcass is gone. And that one girl there, and there's another one somewhere, belong to the Marsh Pride. Marsh Pride, that's the area very closely to where they were born, and named after that marsh. And I'm surprised not a single hyena in sight, not a vulture perched anywhere on the tree. These girls have really guarded their kill very well. And I want to say 3/4 of the job was done by the hyenas. Seeing this particular wildebeest, and then it ended up in the lager. Laura, that's a very good question. And you're wondering if some, carcasses, the hyenas know not to come and scavenge. I think, Laura, what happens, if the hyenas know the lions are there, they will not bother. But they also know at one point the lions will leave, and leave them the bones to crush, the ribs, the spinal cord, some parts of the legs, the femur, some parts of the front feet. But I would want to believe, with or given a choice, any carcass, any kill by lions, the hyenas will always come, unless again they are too full, number one, or they have not picked it. Those would be the only possibilities, Laura, for the hyenas not to come. I'm sure Kerry is very excited where she is, southeast of the Mara. I'm going to remain with these two girls and see if they're going to try and eat anything. In the meantime, let's go back to Kerry.
So we are still missioning on. We've left our elephants and our buffalo wallowing away, having a nice afternoon. I think if I was an elephant or a buffalo, that nice marshy wet area is a perfect place to go and spend a Sunday afternoon. It's nice and cool, lots of soft green vegetation, lots of water, lots of mud. It's just like a elephant and buffalo paradise. So we're just kind of making our way down this road, and we saw quite a lot of antelope here earlier, and some warthogs with some tiny little piglets, which I've been dying to show you, but every time we pass by they seem to disappear. So we'll just pull up into this open area and see if the warthogs are still lying under their tree. They were having an afternoon nap when we drove past last. Let's have a look and see. Oh, there we go. I think they are actually right down there. Okay, so we were also in this area this morning. Is that okay, James? Warthogs. Dark Main lover, yes. Mara Live is filled with action-packed sightings. I think just to your left, James. have a look. So there's a tree. See this tree here? So at the base of the tree, I think we've got our little family of warthogs. I know it is quite far away, but this is the closest we've gotten to showing these warthogs. It is far away. There's 3 big females and a few tiny little piglets. I think 4 or 5 piglets that we see quite often on when we're coming back from our morning drive or heading out on our afternoon drive. They tootle across the road with these tiny little piglets. And I suspected there was a predator in this area this morning, because there was hartebeest, there was the topi and zebra and impala. They were all looking over in one direction and alarm calling. So we've got some very prominent granite rocks or basalt rocks just on the ridge leading before you go down into the Sand River. Apparently these rocks are very popular spots for not just the lions but also leopard. So I think there's a chance there could have been a leopard. It's maybe in the area.
Best sighting I've presented. I found myself with wild dogs. We chased the dogs around, chased them around. They ate an impala. We got the end of that. Then another impala went into Gowrie Dam down the road there, and the wild dogs went around. Eventually the impala came close to the bank. One wild dog went and grabbed it and then just pulled it out and just did what wild dogs do. It was an emotional experience, but it was very, very special.
Oh, she's gonna catch it!
Come on, Tommy!
Watch this, we're about to see a kill.
You can see how close he is from where I am.
Are you ready for the adventure of a lifetime? Wild Earth Travel's newsletter is your passport to a magical journey. Explore exclusive travel options featuring special offers at stunning Wild Earth locations and all hosted by your favorite presenters. Don't miss out. Head over to our website and subscribe to the Wild Earth Travel newsletter today and stay in the know on all our unforgettable adventures. Wild Earth Travel, where Africa comes alive.
Our camp, now let me just get back on the road here. So around our camp we are very lucky. We have these zones around our camp, close to camp, that are kind of like low use zones, which we are allowed to off-road here because it's basically only in Kewa Camp's vehicles and us that are driving in this area. So as long as we are cautious of where we're driving, we are allowed to off-road within this area. But as soon as we hit the main road and start going on other parts of the reserve, then off-roading is not really allowed in this part of the Mara. But we are very lucky that we've got quite a nice little spot here where there's not too many vehicles, quite low impact, so we can off-road a little bit here and there. This is also the area we had our water buck this morning. I'm not seeing where they went off to. It's the first pair that we've seen. I don't think we've seen too many water buck around, so we'll keep looking for them. There was a female that was definitely in season and a very big male that was following her. Could be breeding season for the water buck. But I do hope we can find that bush buck for you, because he was quite an impressive male, very dark in color. Notice bush buck in different regions of Africa, even though it's the same species, can have many different colors. Julian, I'm not too sure, but not that I know of. Have you seen any brown hyenas, James? James says he hasn't seen brown hyena. I don't think brown hyena, even if they did occur in this area, I don't think they would do too well, because there's so many lions and hyenas, spotted hyenas around. So generally, if you have areas where there's a high population of lions and spotted hyenas, then the brown hyena don't do so well, because they generally end up being taken out, unfortunately. Spotted hyenas are such a dominant predator, so they often take over these areas. Oh, we've got some rain that started coming. Oh, as you can see, some rain clouds in the distance there. So during this short, dry, rainy season we have here in the Mara, generally it's been raining every afternoon between about 3:30 and 4:30. It starts raining, and then it's been bucketing. We were lucky yesterday to stay out for the whole sunset safari. So you better start praying for us that this rain doesn't start getting any harder. Oh, look at that view. While we're talking about rain, we'll stop here, have a look at this beautiful view. Look at those rain clouds and the rain that's starting to pitter-patter. So I was chatting to James, and so far it seems like the big storms in this area always come from the east or the west. Last week when I first arrived, the first few storms we had came from the east, and yesterday or the day before yesterday we had a massive storm, and it came directly from the west. And yeah, it's quite interesting being out there in the rain. I've spent a few afternoons out in the pouring rain with the wildebeest, and they all stand with their bottoms facing the rain. So obviously, because of these wide open grasslands, wildebeest just stand around together. They kind of huddle together with their bottoms facing the rain so that they don't get too wet, but they still get pretty wet out there. Okay, I'm not seeing too much, but just nice to look at these clouds and the rolling hills that I was talking about earlier. So we're on a bit of a ridge, and now we're going to slowly make our way down into one of these little oases. So Freddie, I think the reason it's so easy to spot lions in the Mara is because, just like we saw with our lions yesterday, they're very light in color, and sometimes when they're resting they'll lie on their backs. They have that white belly exposed, so you can see that white from their underbellies from quite a distance away. And in this area, because of all these black rocks we have everywhere, the lions often like to sit up on those black rocks, so then they really stick out. Even without the binoculars, you can see there's something there. But I find these Coke's hartebeest are also very light in color, as well as the Thompson's gazelle. So you always need to use your binoculars to double check, just to make sure, because sometimes you never know. It could be a Coke's hartebeest, or could be a few Thompson's gazelles all lying together. So we're going to carry on making our way down into this little stream area where there's a lovely little oasis, lots of palm trees, lots of birds. I got some bird lifers this morning that I'm super excited about. I think it's, what is it? Here we go. We also found a bee-eater's nest, a little bee-eater's nest. So we'll go and check out that area again, see what else is out there. Otherwise, for now, it seems to be quite quiet. Maybe everything is hiding from the rain that is about to arrive. Also, I think another reason why it's so easy to spot lions here, because have a look at this grass. It's not really that long. Because of all the herds moving through, they spend a lot of time in these areas, and zebra and the wildebeest kind of act like the natural lawnmowers of the bush, so they keep the grass level very low. So unlike in Mabula, for example, during the rainy season in Mabula, that grass is so long you cannot see, even if there is a rhino 10 meters from the vehicle, you cannot see anything. So I'm not surprised that it's easier to spot lions here, although the minute they go and hide under a bush, they completely disappear again. So Jubilee, I believe there's 2 rainy seasons. So they have a very short rainy season, and then they also have a longer rainy season. So we're currently in our short rainy season now, which seems like almost every day or every other day you have a little bit of rain and then a few days no rain, and then it all builds up. Like the mornings have been very strange, not much sunshine, very overcast, and then if it heats up in the middle of the day and the sun comes up, it seems to start building this rainstorms, and then rainstorms in the late afternoons. Whereas if it stays overcast all day, it just seems like there's not enough heat, not enough condensation to build up for these big afternoon storms. See if that troop of baboons are also around. Maybe we could find those olive baboons, maybe some cool birds. What do we have here? Could be a magpie shrike. How's that, James? So just an update, David is having some minor tech issues on their side of the Mara, so unfortunately you are stuck with us. I don't know if you can see there's a magpie shrike. Yeah, there we go, James. So we've got some little family of magpie shrikes here. They often occur in family groups, normally at least 2 to sometimes up to 6 individuals in one little family group. And these look exactly like the magpie shrikes we get in southern Africa. So see, he'll sit up on a vantage. Oh, there's another one coming in. There we go. So they'll sit up on a little vantage point and look out for any movement below them. So they'll normally feed on locusts, small insects, grubs. They really are beautiful birds. I mean, have a look when they're not flying and he's facing us. He looks completely black. But you saw as he flew in, then you get a glimpse of black and white. Very pretty birds. And of course they have typical magpie kind of raspy call. You can always hear them. Just having a scan around if there's any other birds out there. I'd love to put our bare-faced go-away bird. We did see some this morning, but they were quite far away. This is a perfect area for them to move through. So I'm hoping we might get some more birds. Or that this other magpie shrike might come up and join his friend on this little branch. Lola, I didn't quite understand that question. I know you're asking something about the bird and something about its genetics. Oop. Know how gene diversity works, or how family groups split up. Okay, there we go. I understand there. So Lola is asking about the birds and their genetics. How are they passed on, and is it the egg or the cells? So it's actually the embryo, Lola. So the embryo that's within the egg itself is obviously has the genetics from the female and the male, and that's what's passed on from one generation to the next. But it's quite interesting, as an egg is being laid, I think the cloacia of the female, she's almost got like these little paint. How can I describe? So as the egg is coming out, I'm sure you know some eggs are either just a plain color, some are spotty, some are dotty, some have lines. And it's interesting, so the egg, as it's coming out, it'll actually spin and rotate through the female's cloacia, and that is what gives it the different lines. So either if it's got lines on it, it'll come out straight down, or if it's got little spots, sometimes it'll rotate before it actually gets laid. So quite interesting how these eggs are laid. And then you get parasite species, so a bird that'll go and lay its egg in a host species nest, and how they can actually make their eggs the same color as their host species in order to camouflage their eggs, even though they'll often be quite a lot larger. Right, I'm not seeing too many other birds. Oop. No, he's flown away. All right, James, let's carry on. See if we can find some more birds or any other animals around here. I'm currently driving on the edge of this very big ridge here. All right, while we try and find some mammals for you, let's head across to David and see what he's up to.
Well, I'm sure by the time Kerry leaves Zamara, she'll have found another maybe 50 new bird species from her bird list, and she'll go back to South Africa, richer in her bird count. Now, my lionesses are doing the normal thing they've been doing since we found them. Early in the morning, they looked rather busy eating the wildebeest, which I think is almost gone. Not sure how much is left. I'm sure Marcel is going to try and show us the carcass that we have against what we left in the morning. But by the time we left, I think they had devoured about 20-15% of this particular wildebeest. I think it's almost gone, unless maybe the other part of the body of this wildebeest or carcass is down there that we can't see very well. Possibly, if we give them an average of 40 kilos each of flesh, wildebeest being anything 200, 230, 250 kilos, there's still a lot much left.
This is an unbelievable afternoon.
Even a hyena coming into the action as well now. Oh my word! She's stalking the hyena now. Leopard, hyena, lion, all together in one shot. Oh. This is action-packed.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature, live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
His guests from a small little airstrip not far from where we lived, they would ask him, what bird is that, what animal is that? My grandfather used to give one answer for all the bird species, and I would feel sorry for him because I knew they were different. For the mammals, he was okay, giraffes, buffaloes that would have where we live, hyenas, but apparently he would give their names in our local language, which is Swahili. And I thought, you know what, one day I'll want to help him. And after school, I went to a college, did a bit of mammalogy, a bit of botany, a bit of zoology, a bit of geology. And and did a bit of birding, and that is how I ended up being a guide and finished by doing Spanish language in college. I hope, Mike, that helps. And I've been doing this for over 20 years and not sure I want to do anything else. It was very humid earlier when we started the drive. It tends to be cooling off now, and we thought we would get some storm before going in an hour's time. But I think now the clouds are disappearing, which is a good thing for us. Not sure why they're not feeding. Even when we left here in the morning, these two lionesses did not seem very interested on this kill. And apparently, I'm sure you got the story earlier that this hunt was being done by hyenas. You see the water there? This is a lager. Some areas lagers are called drainage lines. And this lager has water all around the area. And it's underground water. Now, the wildebeest was being hunted by 6 hyenas. They gave the chase, and you know, hyenas, their front quarters is much bigger by about 20% of the hind quarters. So what they do, they'll always outrun their prey. But somehow, you know, imagine even you, when you're scared, you could run blindly anywhere. So the wildebeest ended up jumping in the lager here, poop, and landed in water. That was not good for her, and I think she panicked and started bellowing and calling for help. Ooh, ooh, in the water. These two girls were just about 200 meters, 300 meters away, and they wanted to know what was happening, and breakfast came very close to them. So very quickly, they came in the water and brought the wildebeest down. So I'm giving them a credit of about 20%. Not too much effort from them. The bigger job was done by the hyenas, and then when the hyenas came, they chased them away. Not very good for these girls, but again, out here in the bush is where it is. George, you'd be very happy to see a hyena hunt. And I'm sure, George, you know, too many people, they think hyenas are always thieves, hyenas are scavengers, hyenas will steal from, you know, other predators like cheetahs or leopards or lions. Yes, they do. But George, I'll tell you, 70% of what hyenas eat, they hunt themselves. And they're very, very good hunters. I would say, if I compare them to the other predators, you know, lions, cheetahs, and leopards, and wild dogs. Wild dogs are equally good, but the hyenas are 70% successful against all the other predators. Sorry, Marcel, if you take us back to that head now, I thought I saw so many flies on it. Sorry, you're just there. The grass you see there is the red oat grass. And I hope this is not disturbing to anybody. This is the cycle of life. And just look on the horn of this wildebeest and see the amount of blowflies on it. So we always think as hyenas will always scavenge, or jackals or vultures, what lions or cheetahs, leopards have brought down. But also sometimes I like saying even the flies will scavenge on the same. So this being the cycle of life, too sad, you know, for the wildebeest to have gone down. The lions, of course, need to eat to keep going. But again, you can see this carcass supports the hyenas when they come, the vultures if they will come, jackals, but also the flies that you see there, because technically they're feeding on what the lions brought down. So nothing goes to waste. Everything happens for a reason here. And the whole cycle, everybody supports the other. animal lover, you're very right. You're saying if this was Sabi Sands, the hyenas would have come and maybe tried to share this particular wildebeest or carcass with the lionesses. Not once, animal lover, we have seen hyenas and lions sharing a kill at the same time. I remember when we used to broadcast from the Mara Triangle, there was a time we saw a hunt, and it was done by a pride of lions that we called the Owinos. And Owinos brought down a zebra very close to the northern clan hyenas territory. And as they were just about to recover from the running, from all the work, hyenas landed there. And remember, I'll finish the story of the Owino lions and the northern clan hyenas. I still owe you a story of the sausage tree wine. Let's first go back to Kerry with some Ellis.
So we've just made our way down to this little stream, and there's a massive elephant bull that erupted out of the forest, which is quite special because to me this kind of oasis stream habitat, or this habitat around this little stream, is very much similar to, I mean, we're still equatorial, so we're kind of same habitat, it looks like, that I'm so used to in Ozala National Park or in the kind of Central Africa, and to see an elephant coming out of this habitat is very special. Not a forest elephant, unfortunately, but look at those tusks of this big boy. So he's very calmly munching away as he walks through this open grassland. This is probably the biggest bull I've seen so far since I've arrived here in Kenya. Probably going to have to reposition just now. Should I reposition for you, James? Okay, I'm just going to start up and reposition. Get a bit of a better view for you. This nice big elephant bull crossing in front of us. He seems to be on a bit of a mission. Hey big boy, where are you going? Where are you going? Okay, just gonna reposition here so we can see where he's heading off to. Looks like he's making a beeline for another little forest patch. It's behind us there, where we just came from. There wasn't too much on that river road, the mountain road I was trying to take. Right. Just gonna pull in here. Up. Up. Yes, these tusks are beautiful and clean, Bruce. Sorry, I'm just trying to get a better angle of him in a bit of a weird spot here. Where is he going? Okay, I think I'm gonna have to drive and turn around. He seems to be on a mission. But yes, those tusks are very long and very beautiful, clean tusks of these elephants here, especially just after the rains. I find elephants, after it's rained, tend to have very white tusks. It's like the rain cleans their tusks. Fortunately, I think our elephant bull is moving off, so unless I can find a spot to reposition so we can see him again, maybe here. Do you think this will be good, James? Pull in here. Maybe we'll see him walking off. How's that, James? Just gonna move. Here we go. Get a nice view of this big elephant bull moving off. So this little forest behind us is a perfect place for these elephants to hang out in the heat of the day. They get out of the midday sun and also have lots of food around. Alright, while we watch our elephant move off, let's head back across to David, who's still sitting with his lions.
Yeah, Elise, I'm sure Big James is having some wonderful time, filming elephants, his favorite animals. And the Owino pride that I was talking about before hunted a zebra. And as we're just settling down, because I mean, most cats have been known to just wait to cool off after such efforts or great efforts to bring some prey down. There used to, or there still is, a very huge clan of hyenas in that particular area called the Northern Clan. Big numbers, 70 to 100, I guess. Hopefully the numbers are still growing. And they were very sharp. Not sure they had better sense of smell than any other hyenas, but any predator that brought down an animal, or if they could hear, squealing or some distress of some prey, very quickly they would head in that direction. And they had this one very big strength. They would very quickly call for the others to come, and then go, ooh, ooh. And I'm telling you, in under 5 minutes, we had about 10 hyenas. The next thing I saw were lions eating on one side and the hyenas eating on the other side. Not sure that even the lions had 5% of that particular zebra. The Northern Clan hyenas outnumbered them. They pushed them out. They didn't wait. You could see them trying to intimidate them, and they just left.
This unfolds in front of you.
At Wild Earth, we believe every story has the power to create change. That's why we've launched the Wild Earth Impact Foundation, a non-profit dedicated to conservation and social impact. By showcasing conservation stories, we can change lives, protect nature, and empower communities. We have partnered with Empowers Africa to accept tax-deductible donations from US donors. Your donation will help fund critical programs that support our mission. Join us and be part of the change.
My full name is Mpho Muthusi Tikani. I grew up in Soweto. My first animal that I filmed said the dog. Okay, no, wait. My first animal that I filmed, I think it was an impala. Best sighting ever, I would say it was actually this year, 2024. But it was this Cedric when we had Mulwati and TP on a warthog kill. I think we have to cut it.
The bush, full of beauty, wonder, and absolute chaos. And now, all that madness has its own show. It's called a Wild Bush Week. The countdown of the most outrageous, heart-stopping, and sometimes downright ridiculous wildlife moments of the week. Lions throwing their weight around. Hyenas gate-crashing the buffet. Leopards doing, well, leopardy things. Each week, it's a fresh reel of safari gold. A mix of drama.
She's just got an impala, everybody.
Danger, and a healthy dose of laughter. So, if you fancy a highlight show with bite, and I don't mean just the animals, tune in to a Wild Bush Week. You bring the tea, and we'll bring the tusks, tails, and teeth.
To cool off, I could just see Naserian there panting. But again, I think that is a strategic position for her. Should the hyenas come, she's much up there than Nekerai, who have gone down, taking a bit of shade, which is perfectly okay. It's normal for cats when it gets too hot because of the fur. But I think they'll need to guard these, carcass until they think they're done or before it goes off. So the Marsh Pride have 8 members, 6 ladies and 2 sub-adults. And the 2 sub-adults are males. Belinda, you're asking if there are any maggots in the area. try and very quickly go back to that head. But the kill having been done this morning, I would highly doubt there are any maggots. Now, apart from the blowflies, Belinda, we also see other insects coming to finish off or just coming to feed on an animal carcass. For example, we see wasps. We have seen wasps coming to try and suck either some sort of juice from the flesh. We see ants. We also see beetles, but mainly we see lots of blowflies. So maggots, I think, will come much later. Necry is moving about. Not sure, she's just repositioning herself. She's just gone flat there again. Hiding away and trying to tuck her head in the shade of the red oat grass. And she looks like she got a wonderful bed where she is. And I can tell you she might continue there until maybe it practically cools off, and then she'll turn around and possibly go to the carcass. Well, either the sister or the first cousin is not bothered, it's just out in the sun. And not sure if the sun helps in digestion. You lions, I will let you have a bit of rest here. I may move about and see what I will see. In the meantime, let's go back to Kerry.
So talking about lions, I believe David's with his lions. We were talking about camouflage earlier and how lions in the Mara can sometimes be seen a lot easier than in other parts of southern Africa that we broadcast from or have our live locations. And I mentioned how here in the Mara, obviously lions do stick out quite a bit, but have a look at these Coke's hartebeest and how they have this tawny color and again white underbellies. And I've often been confused and thought, oh, that could be a lion. Oh, it's another hartebeest. Oh, maybe that's a lion. No, it's a hartebeest. These Coke's hartebeest do have very similar colorations to our lions. This was also a mammal lifer for me, so a new species. I feel like it does look very similar to our hartebeest in southern Africa, although they don't seem to have much of color difference. Like the color seems to be quite, how would you say? Color seems to be very neutral, and they just seem to be a plain tawny brown and a bit of a white belly with white rumps. They don't seem to be have much color, like different color tones. This is a breeding herd. I'm trying to see if there's a big male. I think there's one big male just off to the right. Yeah. So Jake, yes, they do look similar to topies, but these hartebeest, their horns go outwards, so their horns are slightly different structure. They're a lot lighter in color, and also the topi has these patches on the back of their thighs. It's almost like a dark brownish, almost bluish color. So their color is completely different, also their body size, and I think these hartebeest are a little bit bigger than the topi, but when you do see them together, I did get them a bit confused on one of my first days or so while we were here. But these are the Coke's hartebeest, and then of course we have the topi antelope, which is one of the fastest antelope in Africa. Yes, these hartebeest can run pretty fast as well, but not nearly as fast as that topi. Got some zebra that are also coming to say hello. Nice breeze blowing in our faces, and we can smell the rain. It's so lovely. I must say, I do love being out and about just before the rains, and sometimes even in the rain. You get the most incredible sightings, and I've really enjoyed my time in some storms here in the Mara, sitting with the wildebeest, wondering what they're going to do next. I think the wildebeest were wondering, what on earth are these humans doing out and about in the rain? Oh, the zebra are greeting the hartebeest. We're still looking for our zebra that's got spots. saw a zebra the other day, yesterday, that had spots. Very unusual. I've never quite seen that before. Guess the wind is making all our antelope a little bit frisky. Well, while our zebra and hartebeest take off, we're going to be ending Mara Live, but please don't forget to join us on the Sunset Safari coming on up next. We will still be with you as well, but from us here in the Mara and our Mara team, myself, James, David and Marcel, just want to say thank you for joining us.
Well, what a wonderful way to start our Sunday sunset safari with this beautiful elephant bull while he is milling around here, busy breaking some branches and enjoying all the food that is around the side. Yeah, coming directly from the northern Asabi Sands. Well, a very good afternoon to everybody. Yes, my name is Cedric, and behind the camera with me we've got Muzzles and Paw, and we are looking forward to this afternoon's drive. And yeah, you never know what we're going to find, what else we're going to find. But joining us this afternoon at the other locations, we got Kerry and David, and then we've got Steve and Eric, and I'm sure they are so very excited to be out here this afternoon and to see exactly what they can find. And I think it's going to be a marvelous day. It's a beautiful day here. It's nice and sunny here in the northern Sabi Sands. But let's go take a look at this elephant. Beautiful boy. This a big male elephant. He is just ripping out these branches from the ground, trying to get to some of the roots there, rolling the branches around in his teeth as well, enjoying the afternoon lunch. Well, anyway, while we're going to sit here with this beautiful elephant bull, let's head over to Eric to see exactly what's his plans for the afternoon.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. We are here at Sandringham Private Game Reserve. My name is Eric, joined by Cam, who is behind the camera, and we are going to head to the Big Dam, the first stop for our sunset safari, and from there we will then move further north, see if we can't maybe catch up with those elephants that we had this morning. But the reason why we're going to the dam first thing is because, one, it's very, very warm. Two, there may be some elephants having a bathe, and we also would like to try and see if we can't find a crocodile or two. But we're going to send you over to Steve and find out what his plans are for the afternoon, as well as to say hello.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Eastern Cape. Welcome to Amakhala Private Game Reserve. My name's Steve. I'm joined on the back by Morgan, and we are delighted to be out and about this afternoon with you. We hope you are enjoying this lovely Sunday. Our plans are to just see where these cheetah boys got to from this morning, because we're pretty sure they, with this blowing air, that they might have been successful in a hunt. So it's a bit chilly, it's a bit fresh, and maybe the cheetahs will have a meal. That's our plan. Have a little look around. And while we do that, let's go check in with Kerry.
Good luck, Steve. Hello and welcome. We are currently in the Masai Mara. My name is Kerry and we have Mr. Big James behind the camera with me today. We are currently driving, looking to see what we can find out there. We've got a beautiful rainbow over the ridge here, and our plans for the afternoon are we're going exploring some new roads we haven't been on yet, so we want to find as many new species as we possibly can this afternoon. I don't know if you can see the rainbow. How beautiful is that rainbow? We've also got some rain around, so hopefully it doesn't get too wet this afternoon. While we carry on with our afternoon, let's head across to David, who's in the north of the Mara.
Hello, and Jambo everybody. Welcome to the other corner of the Masai Mara, and hopefully, Kerry, today you don't get rained on. With the rainbow, sometimes is always 50-50 chance of getting rainfall. My name is David, and on camera with me this afternoon is Marcel. Welcome to this sunset drive where we starting with an alley very close to us inside Alaga, feeding on what I'm assuming it's a very soft grass, succulent because it's absorbing a lot of water from that drainage line. She looks a senior, or rather a node female to me, by virtue of her size, the wrinkles on the body. See, when she turns, she takes her sweet time. As much as elephants are quite gentle when they do their movements, I'm seeing her being very careful every time she makes a move. Sandy, you're saying hello. Jambo, back to you. And please, next year in the month of February, we are doing a safari. Myself, James, Henry, and Dominic here in the Mara 2026. Please visit World Earth Travel for more details and see what we have to offer. I cannot wait, Sunday, to meet you. Please do come, and you'll imagine what we're showing you now in real life. I mean, it'll be very different. We are very live, I'm sure you know. Very interactive. And Sandy, Asante Sana, thank you very much for that great comment. This L is about 10 meters, 15, 12 meters from where we are. And she just gave us her back. An indication she is not worried by us. I'm not very loud. Marcel is always a very quiet gentleman. And why not? And when we see such behaviors with wild animals, it gives us normally a lot of joy. So two other youngsters facing her or facing each other, and they're eating different vegetation. Maybe being young, they can handle the tough grass or the tough, vegetation. Unlike this one here, who I think is pretty old. And we want to spend a few more minutes here with these ellies and see what happens.
My name is Amy, and today we're going to be doing things a little bit differently.
What does it take to handle the wild? Balance. Determination. Focus.
Yaku!
And gear that can take a beating so you don't have to.
And that's it for this morning's drive.
She's just got her impala, everybody.
And we're going to be heading out and seeing what animals we can find.
Get pictures of these little bee-eaters. Just watch the little perches that they sit on. Often, if you're lucky, they come back to the exact same perch. And if you can find the hole where they're nesting, just like we found, you can also sometimes get them close to the hole, entering and exiting their little hole, because they'll nest in banks. Some of the bee-eaters, like our carmine bee-eaters, nest in massive colonies in the Zambezi Valley. Alright, while we enjoy our bee-eater, let's head across to Eric and see what bird he's found.
Well, here we have the ground hornbill, or the southern ground hornbill. Oh, look at that. Throwing what could have been a beetle, a little beetly, into its mouth. You can see they are hot. The beaks are open, trying to help with regulating the heat in their body. Wings are also not quite on their bodies as well. And this is very similar to what ostriches also do. They kind of sag their wings a little bit. Let's see if we can't get a bit closer to them. See what they get up to. Now, ground hornbills, obviously monogamous, so they pair for life. They don't really do, I mean, their reproduction is quite slow, and often, sometimes they're not always successful with their chicks, which is one of the reasons why they are listed as vulnerable. Let me go. It's a good question. You know, why is this hornbill so much bigger, so much larger than the likes of, you know, your red-billed hornbill or your southern yellow-billed hornbill? You know, it's very similar to you know, something like a mongoose. You know, why is the banded mongoose so much bigger than the dwarf mongoose? I think it's just the way that these birds have evolved over the years, perhaps due to the habitat that they live in, and perhaps what they favor in food. You know, you get some big species of birds and you get some small species of birds. It's actually the same like a giant kingfisher and then the pygmy kingfisher. The pygmy kingfisher is tiny compared to the giant kingfisher. These birds live to very, very long. They live very long lives. They can, in some cases, even reach 70 years old, which is impressive. Very, very impressive for a bird. So you can imagine they've seen a couple of things. Now, I don't quite know how to age these birds. Oh, we're slowly losing them. I don't quite know how to age these birds, but I'm sure we'll have a little look. Maybe there's a way that one can somewhat tell more or less. There might be some indicators. But on this warm day, they're going to definitely look to try and cool themselves down as much as possible. They're heading up towards the top of this little kind of hillside, which is quite nice and windy at the top, so they're going to help kind of cool them down a little bit. Cool breeze, not as heavy as it was this morning, or not as hard. It would be nice to have had the breeze that we had this morning. Anyway, Mac, this is your favorite bird. They are absolutely stunning birds. They really are, and they're awesome. I love watching them walking around, digging in sand, and obviously feeding on all the little insects, little organisms that they can find. Opportunistic feeders they are. Anything big they can find, they will munch. But we are going to send you down to Steve and see what he's got for us.
Well, welcome back to the Eastern Cape. Found our blessed herd this morning, and if you missed it, we saw this herd and the cheetah boys went after them. And I was very impressed at the turn of speed that these guys had. They bunched into quite a tight knot of animals, and they just galloped away from the cheetah. Quite something to witness. The cheetah didn't even really give it a chance. I feel like there's a few of these females are quite pregnant now. There's only 2 subadults in the group, and a number of them have quite round bellies. They have their calves anywhere between November and January. Hello Ellie, good afternoon. I haven't experienced it, but the blesbok will go through a rutting season quite similar to the time period of the impala, but a little longer, between March and May. The 8-month gestation period. Horns on both the male and female make it quite tricky to tell which one is a male. We saw them yesterday. There was a male with the group, and he was slightly bigger. There he is. I think he's the one who's just come in from the right. He's sort of standing third from the right. As with many of these open plains species, their calves, I suppose you call it a lamb actually. A blesbok is smaller than a nyala, so they fall into the ram and ewe category, so you'd call it a lamb. Lambing season. You can stand up within 15 to 20 minutes. Temba, it's not necessarily that they have a different role. They've evolved different ways of acquiring food. So you won't find many antelope species that are too similar. They all have differences in how they feed, in the size, where they hang out, how low to the ground they feed. Do they like short grass, medium, long grass? Are they very selective? Are they bulky in feeding? So the feeding, they have separate niches in the environment where there's not huge overlap, although there might be a little bit of overlap. And all antelope's role is to defecate, to mow the lawn to a degree, urinate on the ground, and also with their hooves to do a little bit of disturbance to the soil, which can sometimes crust after rainfall, enabling new vegetation to grow. And at the same time, wide variety of antelope species, all of them falling into a different category of prey for our predators. The blesbok is an ideal prey species for the cheetah. Both male and female. They are very suspicious of us. The males like to snort when they see you. I quite enjoy it, actually. Showing their displeasure. The wind might be making them a little bit more skittish than normal, but seeing them this morning, they also weren't incredibly relaxed. Talk about flight distance, alert distance, warning zones, all these comfort zones that animals exhibit. Right now, we're in the alert zone, even though we're 100 or so meters away. That is quite far. The wind might be playing a part in that. These comfort zones change on a day-to-day basis depending on the animal, depending on the weather, depending on their stress levels, depending on when there's babies. But seeing them, both male and female, with horns on the head, is an indication of their open plains habitat preference. Quite selective grazers, looking for the juiciest and tastiest grasses they can find. Richard, it depends. It depends on the size of the reserve and the species. Predators will make do with what they can get. But mostly these reserves are looking for biodiversity. So as long as the animals are indigenous to that area, the more animals you have, the better. I'm not talking about number, I'm talking about diversity.
My name is Amy, and today we're going to be doing things a little bit differently.
The Wild Earth Impact Foundation is a non-profit that uses the power of wildlife storytelling as a force for good. We create sustainable development projects that showcase conservation stories, empower people, and inspire environmental action. As a registered South African PBO, you can make a tax-deductible donation to the Wild Earth Impact Foundation. To find out more, visit our website.
My full name is Sitikani. Best part of my job is coming to see nature. Worst part of my job is logging. That's the worst thing ever, because you have to log amount of footage. You sit in front of that computer and you think of deleting the footage, but no, they need the footage. If I went to camel, probably a soccer player. I know some people don't believe me, but I'm very good, and I'm very fast.
Every week, the wilderness delivers.
And that's why we're here.
Drama, chaos, crimes, humour. All moments you'll never forget. We've counted them down, argued about them, and finally picked the very best. From rare sightings to classic bush showdowns, this is nature's weekly highlight reel. Sharp facts, bad jokes, and the wildest top 5 you'll see this side of the savannah. It's not just a show, it's a wild bush week.
And this is my action. I left the two lionesses that did not give me much action, and I thought, let me look for more serious action of Cape buffaloes, cat egrets, and I had seen some guinea fowls at one point. Sometimes we call them guinea hens, but of course they are guinea fowls. And what a beautiful sight. And as you watch this, so we would get a bit of water and put some amount of honey, 10%, 15%, excuse me, of that water, a bit of sugar, and then after 2 days keeping it near the fire, I'm back to my story of the sausage tree wine. After 2 days keeping it near the fire, it would warm up, and then the whole fruit, not sure Sherry, or rather Kerry had the fruit on that tree or not, but I would imagine maybe she was showing you the fruit of the sausage tree. You would get it, peel it, and inside is very spongy, and then dip it in the warm water for another 2 or 3 days. It was very respected wine. It wasn't wine to take every other day. It was only for, and I'm happy that you saw the fruit. It was wine that was taken on very special occasions, especially during weddings or some initiations of some sort. And only the senior people, I'm talking about anybody over 40 and 50 and above, the youngsters will not be given. And the local name for that wine is Moratina. And even today, it's very, very popular. Very sacred, not made every other time. But I would wish to warn anybody who may come to Africa and go to any village and they find them serving that, don't take more than 2 glasses. Maximum 2, because on the 3rd glass, it's very sweet. And I would say it's like a liqueur, very sweet. And you just tend to take it. And before you know, the moment you'll stand up, you'll go right back to your seat. And you'll not make your way home. If you meet buffaloes like this, I'm telling you, it's going to be a different story. Now, I will leave my buffaloes. You remember earlier, I talked about looking for more lions. I've not seen my toppy boys for a couple of days. After these buffaloes, I'll go look for my toppy boys. Let's go back to Eric. I think he got some ellies.
Oh, we had a almost slowly. We have some elephants here who are down at the water. And are now moving off into the picket. Oopsie. Excuse me. And little baby obviously went running across the road, couldn't figure out what on earth that animal was. Very, very dark. And then I saw the trunk and I was like, oh, it's a baby elephant. Well, where's the rest of your family? There's only 3 of them here. There's the other one is just behind the mom, further into the bush. You'll see its bum eventually. You can actually see its tail swaying. This is a cute little baby, and it's still actually wet with mud. Like it went for a little bit of a swim. So I'm sure there might be some others also having a swim. They could have even crossed the water, crossed the river here. They could have been on the other side. We've observed giraffe crossing the river here as well, which is very cool. I've never seen giraffe actually walking through the river. They were a little bit wary at first, understandable, but I think, also when there's crocodiles, when you see crocodiles on the side of the, or on the banks of the dams, you kind of form this wariness of them. And the water, of course. They're not small crocodiles either. There are some large crocs in this reserve. Very cool. Still see a little bit of the wet, glistening mud, or wet mud glistening in the sun on her. But we're going to send you over to Cedric, who is off the vehicle. Let's see what he's up to.
Thank you, Eric. And yes, Paul and myself have just jumped off the vehicle at the moment. Exactly like we saw that big male elephant busy kicking up the roots, or kicking out the roots from the ground and all that, and kind of grabbing the branches and pulling them out. I mean, it's still kind of coming to the end of our dry season. Now, it's very interesting what we've got here. Many times you'll find that elephants can pick up on lovely, how can I say, bulbs that's sitting underneath the ground. So you can clearly see this side here. Now, a big hole coming out from here, and then from that you've got these two bulbs here. Got this beautiful bulb, looks like an onion. There we go. And now this is what the elephants sometimes really look for, because it's still got a lot of nutritional value inside of it, especially in dry times. And they'll kick this out, and they'll feed on the top area, and sometimes they'll eat the entire thing. So I've seen some of the bulbs being eaten halfway, and then they leave the rest. Now, what's this from? I'm not too sure. I think this could be a ground lily. Or there's a beautiful flower that comes out in summer known as a morning glory. Now, the morning glory has also got a bulb almost as big as this, and it's a good thing to actually look for water. You know, if you are looking for water, it's a good thing to look for a bulb like this, because if you grab it, you can actually squeeze the water out from this. But at this point in time, this is very, very dry. Now I'll just show you. Look at all the layers around this, protected layers here. So kind of protecting the inside, and of course the flower, the stem itself. Beautiful. It's still green as well, and still moist. Anyway, well, we're going to continue looking around there, so we may see if we can find something else very interesting in this area. I think let's head over to Steve.
Nice work, setters. Well, we've got a little family portrait here. It's nice to see the size difference between an adult female. One on the right, one on the left. A big male in the middle. And then some young giraffes. Very young giraffes. Got a lot of growing to do. In their prime habitat. Hillary, that's the wind. I'm sure of it. The wind puts everybody on edge. Those Blessbook took off into the thickets. Some impalas have run. I think maybe their running caused the giraffe to be quite vigilant. Like going, why is everybody running? So we're going to do the same. We're going to move in towards the thicket area. Protect ourselves against this air current that's blowing. Well, it wasn't too difficult to find, Amy. They were standing out in the thickets. It's nice with the giraffe here. Many of the trees are not tall enough to hide them behind, so they really do stand out above the top. tree pruners of the bush. No other animal quite like a giraffe.
Oh, wow.
My name is Takudzwa Panda Msesani. My scariest moment is when it happened twice. The other time I was with Cedric and the other time I was with Steve. And all those times it was a black mamba. My favorite meal in camp is gonna be burger and chips.
Wildlife spectacle on planet Earth. We'll see you there.
Every month, something wild lands in your inbox. From rare sightings and behind-the-scenes secrets to expert stories, seasonal changes, and exclusive travel opportunities, the Wild Earth Journal is your free monthly mailer, packed with the magic of the wild straight from the field. It's fun, it's free, it's full of surprises. Sign up now on the Wild Earth website.
Don't have buffalo herds moving through, it's difficult for new grass to grow. Chelsea, so buffalo have local movements. So they do have local movements that they use in order to move around to get enough grass and enough food. But I don't think they need to migrate necessarily because they have these massive local movements that they do partake in, and that's to make sure that they have enough food. So buffalo from here can move every few months into the Serengeti and then they can come back here. So they kind of have their own mini movements, which could be considered in some cases as a mini migration, but they don't necessarily need to migrate because they're not in the huge massive herd sizes that our wildebeest are in. I mean, imagine those wildebeest and zebra migrations are up to 2 million herbivores. That's a lot of animals that you can't necessarily have in one area, otherwise they would completely decimate the grass populations. That's why these buffalo, they have more local movements, and that's what helps them to sustain this big herd of buffalo. I think we'll move a little bit closer, see if we can get a better view of these buffalo. Seems like there's some more buffalo from the hill coming down, maybe to meet this herd. But this is a new area. I've never been here, and it is lovely. Look at this grass. I mean, in this grass you would not see a lion. Lions could very easily stalk up on these buffalo. They would not be seen at all because it is green at the base because we've had quite a bit of rainfall recently, but it's all tawny colored on top. So looking forward to getting closer to these buffalo, but I just wanted to show you from a little bit further back just how far this herd of buffalo splay across this open savanna. It's just absolutely incredible the amount of animals to get here in the Mara. So talking about tawny cats, let's head across to David, who's also in the Mara, see what tawny cats he might have for you.
Yeah, long grass and especially the red wood grass could be very difficult to spot a cat because they always tend to blend in very, very well. And sometimes I think I see they hide in the grass instead of blending in or having a proper camouflage. Not in this case. We got two Simbas, my favorite boys, and these are the Topi coalition, or the Topi boys, but big contrast of being in the green grass, which is rather different. It's very easy to pick them out. Well, I left the buffaloes. Initially we had a big roadblock. We could not cross the road. We had to wait for a couple of minutes for the huge herd of buffaloes to cross, just like the one that Kerry had. There are so many buffalo herds in the Mara. Ours was about 300 strong, and they crossed the road not far from where I am, and they headed to the marsh. I am very convinced either tonight or tomorrow one of them might go down. Now, this is the Topi coalition, and I got two boys of that coalition. They are always 7 in number, and not very sure where the other 5 are. I'm still trying to ID them, and Marcel is saying, comparing this and the two female girls we had, it's more appealing to look at the males because of the men. That's the only reason he's giving me. But they're both flat, just the two girls we had were equally flat. I'm yet to ID them very well, but my guess is the one close to your screen there, that one is Otipo. Thank you, Marcel, because if you look on his right eye at the very base, maybe now we can see better, hang on, look this way. Now they are looking now at the buffaloes. I'm sure all of you can help me ID these two boys, but the one now facing us or in front or in the middle of your screen, I'm guessing this to be Otipo. We have been able to identify Otipo 100% just because on his right eye he got a mole. Actually, on a closer look, it's like got two moles. There he is. I'm sure Marcel will go to his face. And yeah, that is Otipo. So now we need to identify the other individual behind him. And look at the beautiful manes. Jen, good guess, and I'll give you 1 glass of the wine I was talking about, but not 2, because for 1 you're correct. Otipo, you deserve 1 glass. For Moja Moja, you'll get no glass but an empty glass, because it's not Moja Moja. The reason I'll say that, Jane, Moja Moja, if you look at him, he got half a tail. So looking on these two lions, they got complete tails. So Jane, very well done. For Otipo, a full glass of the local wine here. So keep guessing and tell me who is yawning now, who have just gone flat. But let's agree, the one we have there is Otipo. So this is the gentleman we need to identify. Sometimes it becomes very tricky unless you see certain features. Either see any scar. Moja Moja also has a very big scar on the lower lip, which has since healed. So we are left Moja Moja out of the equation and Otipo out of the equation. So we are left with Zuli, Vuli, Kiongozi, Okingo, and who else to make the 7? Yeah, those are 4. So we got 1 more. Or of the 6, it must be one of those fellas, but definitely not Moja Moja. Ellie, we have had so many coalition of lions here in the Mara, and I would say I've seen around this area we are in around here, Ellie, we have the Salas boys that are in charge of the Topi Pride. We also got the Bila Shaka boys who are in charge of the Paradise females, and now Topis are in charge of the Marsh Pride. Early on the drive, we had 2 girls of the Marsh Pride, and of those 3 coalitions, these are my favorite ones. 4 years old, the 6 of them, and one of them is a little younger by 1 year. That's called Kiongozi, who has not been hanging out with the other 5 members. Kiongozi tends to hang out with Vuli, and I got a feeling that tonight or tomorrow, the buffaloes we saw earlier, they might go and chance on one of them. In the meantime, let's look at some Ellis with Eric.
Look at that cute little thing. Absolutely adorable. It's so fluffy. And I think we've got some visitors behind us, so I'm just going to quickly maneuver us. Sorry, madam. The rod is yours. No, you don't want it? Okay, that's fine. She's also got a baby, but it's not a small baby. It's a big baby. Now, all in all, there's probably, okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Probably about 8 elephants here altogether. Different from the ones that we had earlier. We've actually at the dam, and I think we've arrived a little bit too late. It seems these elephants have already had their bathe. Rich, no, I haven't, unfortunately. I haven't been a part of any special conservation projects with them. I'd love to get involved. I'd love to obviously know more about these beautiful creatures that we share this landscape with, and I'd love to know more about their ways, how they think, how they do things. Someone's a little unhappy. Ah, here she comes. Gorgeous. Obviously, they must be enjoying this nice shade, given the temperature of the day. It's not incredibly warm. It's 29 degrees at the moment. It feels a bit like 30, 31. But these elephants know that it gets much hotter than what it is now. JDB, absolutely. Little Ellies are really, it's, I don't know, there's something about them that really calms one's soul. You can never have a grumpy day with a little Ellie. Your day will be turned upside down, and your heart will be filled with happiness.
Real, you say the best kind of roadblock? Absolutely. Look at this.
Hello, girls.
Of all the rodents, all the little mice that might be around. They help to control the rodent population. But the last thing you want to do is bump into a snake unexpectedly. I know a lot of people are afraid of snakes, but most of the time they're actually more afraid of us than we are of them. So generally I like to live by the theory of if you don't bother them, they won't bother you. So normally if you leave them in their little spot, you don't bother them, they won't bother you. Oh, Puma, I need to sit down tomorrow and catch up on my life list, my bird lifers that I've got since I arrived in Kenya, as well as my Kenyan list. My Kenyan list, I lost track at about 125, and my lifer list since I've arrived in Kenya, I'd say is also probably over 25-30 birds. I mean, in my first 2 days, I got 10 birds every day, 10 lifers, not just Kenya lifers, but lifers for the first time, not just like live on Live at the Waterhole, but actually seeing them. It's so amazing to be here and actually see these birds in real life instead of watching them, because I do a lot of Live at the Waterhole shows, so we do see a lot of these birds in Lentore, over at Old Donyo, but to actually see them live here is pretty awesome. So while we're sitting here, I'm also looking out for any other birds. It's a perfect place for our bustards. There are the 3 bustard species that we have here. We've seen the black-bellied. I still need to find the white-bellied for you so we can get them live. And I have not seen the buff-crested bustard, but that would be a lifer for me as well. So I think we're going to carry on our drive, see if we can find any more bird lifers or any more new mammal species that we haven't shown you yet. I just wanted to stop and show you this snake eagle. He's sitting very nicely. Sometimes they sit quite high up in trees, so it's difficult to see them. Right. Alright, we're gonna carry on our drive, see what else we find. Let's head across to David with the Topi boys.
Well, the Topi boys are doing lion, and lion is what exactly you can see on the screens, going flat, but a bit more movement than the previous lions or lionesses I had of the Marsh Pride. I've been wondering where the other 5 individuals of this particular coalition are. I'm not sure. Marcel is showing us the clouds there, how they're building, and every evening we have had some huge storm, and these lions, you would imagine getting a storm of about 40 millimeters of rain and staying out without any cover, because I'll not be surprised if they choose to stay or bed where they are for the night. The last 2 nights we have had rain every day, and we are going to what we call the short rains, which I'm highly doubting whether to call them short rains or just rains. They have been abnormally huge. Now, the buffaloes we saw earlier, if these 2 team up with the other 5, there could be a very big possibility of them bringing 1 buffalo down. That's a very interesting question. And you're wondering, by these boys not being together throughout, would give them any success compared to other coalitions. Now, when they left the maternal pride, there were initially 7. And they said 6 of them are 4 years old, one of them is 3 years old. And the 2 that always hang out together, that's Vuli and Kiongozi, on a number of occasions we have seen them bringing down a prey on their own. The very first week I got to the Mara, they had brought down a buffalo. That was pretty special. Then there was a different occasion we found Kiongozi with a buffalo. Not very sure he brought it down himself. But I would say, Pete, just to answer you, there's a big possibility when they spread out like this, they have better chances of survival because they can easily bring down any prey, however big it is, on their own. Now, we're still trying to ID this particular male here. Okingo was meeting the other day, and Piki, I want to thank you very much. Initially, I had whispered Okingo to Marcel, and Marcel was like, you have to be careful, David. Don't say it so loudly. Keep your voices low. And I think now you should agree with me, Marcel. I think I was right. Are we going to talk of Mama's drink tonight? Marcel says a big yes. If you look on the right, if you're able to go as close as you can, Marcel, to Okingo, there's that little mark there between the ear and the eye. Not sure how he got that mark, and that to me confirms this is Okingo 100%. And of the 7 boys in the coalition of Topi, we had Okingo mating. Then the other day we saw Zuri mating in the morning. Otipo, who is next to Okingo now, snatched the female and was mating with the same female. I think Nasirian from the Marsh Pride. When we were talking about female lionesses having multiple conceptions, they would mate with 2 different males and conceive from both of them. What was it? What's hetero what?
Heteropaternal superfecundation.
Yeah, it's a very difficult name. We're calling it heteropaternal something. But the point is, we have seen domestic dogs mating with different males and getting like 5, 6 different puppies, depending on how many males they mated with. So 100% confirmed, that is Otipo there, and the other one is Okingo. So we are missing Vuli, we are missing Kiongozi, and we are missing Jojo, and we are missing, who else? We are missing, did I say Zuri? So we are missing 5 of these boys. Where they are, I have no idea. But they're definitely somewhere, and most likely not far from these 2, because if a plan is going to be hatched of bringing down any of the buffaloes here, they may need to combine forces to what I call brothers in arms. To bring down a buffalo is not easy. It's a lot of sacrifice, a lot of work, and these lions normally take huge risk. And every time before they do it, they usually prepare because they know what they're putting themselves into. One of the mothers of these males here, who was called Winter, 3 years ago or so, died from a buffalo injury. She was very good in hunting buffaloes, and she had such a huge gash of wound on hindquarters, I think on the left side, and she bled out, unfortunately died. Another member who have also rested or deceased from this particular pride, the Topi Pride, her name was Sama, was also very good, and she used to help Winter in hunting buffaloes. And since the dying of those 2 females, the ball game has never been the same on the Topi Pride in terms of hunting buffaloes. Well, Steve got some primates. Let's go to him and find out what's happening there.
Thanks, David. Enjoy your time with the lions there. We've found a very clever monkey. He's found his own little shelter from the wind. I'm surprised that He's sticking around. Monkeys don't normally stick around. Weighing up the options of moving. We had one just before that climbed down a tree very tentatively and then walked away from the tree, watching us closely, and then sort of looking. It knew it could run back to that tree quickly to get up. Forward and then bolted to the next tree. It was quite funny to witness. Bobby, he looks lonely. There we go. You can see why the Afrikaans call it the blow up. His bright blue testicles. I think he might have a thorn in his foot. Shame. Now, fascinating to watch monkeys. Unfortunately, we know there's a lot of human-wildlife conflict with monkeys because of people not being careful with their food. It's a tough life out in these environments for monkeys to survive. They have to really look hard for food. Easy access to the juicy, tasty foods that humans consume. It definitely a one-way street. There it goes. No issue with the foot. Into the thickets. Well, that's always cool. We're seeing some vervet monkeys. Vervet monkeys. We've seen a couple of them today now. He's going to go in and probably go feed on some of the milkwood. I think they might be showing some berries now. We might see if we can find some. And while we do that, let's send you over to Eric with his elephants.
Ah, the vervets, naughty guys occasionally. We've got a whole variety of birds here. We've got some grey herons, we've got some yellow-billed storks and some spoonbills. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So far, 11, and I'm sure many more. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Egyptian geese. 26, 27, 28. Oh my goodness. I've never seen so many Egyptian geese before. They're all having themselves let's call it 30 plus. And of course some elephants. Right here by the water's edge. Oh, there's a crocodile in there too. Crocodile also seems a little unfazed by the elephants, as do the Egyptian geese. Oh my goodness, there's probably another maybe 40 Egyptian geese here. Have you ever seen so many before? Oh, there's a little bit of water. Oh, you look like you want to lie in it. Do it, do it. Oh, come on, milady. Kaylee, they absolutely will. It's probably why all the Egyptian geese here. I said to Cam when we saw all of them here, I didn't think that there were so many here the other day. But when I said to him here, I said we've got all the Egyptian geese in the Lowveld at one dam. Oh my goodness. The Egyptian geese have come from Klasiri, they've come from the Sabi Sand. I'm sure some of them have even come from Mozambique to this dam with all of this with all them here. Now you can imagine the fight that must go on here with all these Egyptian geese using this dam as their home ground for the time being. My goodness, but what a beautiful shot. Got one very nice big tree, most likely a jackleberry in the middle. We've got a bit of water and a couple of ellies along the floodplain. Absolutely amazing. Oh, we are now making our way down to the water, it looks like. One on the right was doing a little bit of Pilates, lifting its leg. Are we going to chase the crocodile? Chase the crocodile. Chase the crocodile. Now we might see this croc move into the water. Or I think she could actually also be looking for a bit of a mud. Maybe to throw on her body. But she is heading right for the croc. Yeah, there we go, for the bud. Just for that. Now, you don't want to throw a little bit more on yourself? Not? Are you sure? Well, the Egyptian geese that were having a little bit of a sleep, no longer sleeping. Up. Disturbed by the giants. Those other two behind her seem a little unfazed. Oh, beautiful. Gorgeous.
Let's go and take a look. See you out there. Even a hyena coming into the action as well now. Oh my word! She's stalking the hyena now. Leopard, hyena, lion, all together in one shot. Oh. Whoa. This is action-packed.
My name is Takudzwa Panda Msesani. I really want to film an artwork, and it has been my goal. I'll be just keeping my eyes open. The worst driver is James. He's driving, yeah. You gotta be holding on back in there, yeah? Like in bumps, and I mean, it happens when these things happens when you're actually going for animals usually. But then, yeah, he's driving, yeah. You gotta put your seatbelt.
Ah, the bush, full of beauty, wonder, and absolute chaos. And now, all that madness has its own show. It's called a Wild Bush Week. The countdown of the most outrageous, heart-stopping, and sometimes downright ridiculous wildlife moments of the week. Lions throwing their weight around. Hyenas gate-crashing the buffet. Leopards doing, well, leopardy things. Each week, it's a fresh reel of safari gold. A mix of drama,
She's just got an impala, everybody.
danger, and a healthy dose of laughter. So, if you fancy a highlight show with bite, and I don't mean just the animals, tune in to a Wild Bush Week. You bring the tea, and we'll bring the tusks, tails, and teeth.
in this part of the park. We see them quite often when we were driving into camp from one of the other park's gates, but we haven't seen them too close to us this side. So nice to see a new antelope, the Grant's gazelle. So the big male like this females are weighing about 30 to 60 kilograms. So one male will have a little herd of at least anything between 10 to 30 females.
Thanks, Gary. I remember seeing how large those Grant's gazelles were when I was there compared to the Tommies. Well, we found, and we've been wanting to film this tree for quite some time, but it is in a very signal dip area, but things have changed. Look at this magnificent milkwood that the monkeys were sitting on the other earlier, and I was talking about possibly some fruits. I don't see any, but it warrants a cuddle. Oh, this tree needs a big hug. This is a grandmother of trees. Look at this guy. The tree of wonder. These trees are a protected species in South Africa, the milkwood, Sideroxylon. They occur all along the estuaries, all the way from the Garden Route, all the way up to Mozambique. They used to be prolific, and unfortunately due to development and everybody wants to live close to the sea, a lot of these trees got removed. So they're now a protected tree. And I poked my head around that side and I had to quickly move because there's some bees coming out of it.
Alright, so I do apologize for losing Steve there, but yeah, we are heading towards Chitwa Dam at the moment. I want to go take a look around that side. Unfortunately, no luck with Kuchava and her youngsters. The tracks went south, but then it doesn't look like it's gone any further south from the cut line of Chitwa and Jackie's. So what I'm doing now, I'm just going to try and get towards the dam area. I'm just going to take a look around there. It's a beautiful light this afternoon. It's going to be behind us, so it's always nice to look onto the dam with the sun behind us. So that is the plan of action now. Mazemba was seen this morning right here in the corner of Chitwa, on the northeastern corner, that young male leopard. He was seen here, and then he went north into Torchwood, so it definitely was him that bumped into Tortoispan yesterday morning. Alright, let's go take a look down this road. It was actually this road here that we're on now is a road that kind of always, I don't know, it brings out some surprises. We've had pangolin tracks here, honey badger, African wildcat. So this road has given us a lot of, I think maybe because of all the mounds and that around the side. Oh, well, the sun is sharp this afternoon. Very, very sharp. But yeah, I'm just going to try and get to the dam. Another Nzenga male was seen around Treehouse Pan this morning, so that is us on our cards for this afternoon later on, and wait for it just to cool down a little bit more. We might go down towards Treehouse Pan on Little Gowrie and go and follow up on that male lion. All right, let's go take a look at a beautiful virtual safari at Sibuya.
Hello everybody, join us as we go and explore the amazing bush here at Sibuya Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape, South Africa. My name is Mashudu, and behind the camera I've got Fergus, and we're gonna go and take you and go and explore. Alright everybody, on the other side we've got a nice beautiful herd of blue wild beast. Looking up close you can see that's a group of females. So when it comes to wildebeest, especially the males, they will normally establish their own territories which they're going to be defending. So they stay within their territories and then wait for the females to come through. So what happens is that a group of females and the young ones will move, will overlap into other male territories. And having the females move around from one male's territory to the other, it also allows almost like a way where nature is trying to shuffle the genetics. So as they move from one male's territory to the other, if there's a female on hit while she's ready to mate, that male will have an opportunity to mate with her, and then they get to also shuffle the genetic. So right over here, we've got blue wild beast maiden. So this is also another form of them marking their territories. So while it's here, you can see there's almost like a lot of poo all around the place. And while it's here, and also while the females are also around the area, you'll find them just sitting right on top of the poo, which I find interesting. So when it comes to wildebeest, they also practice scent marking. So on their face, they've got what we call pre-orbital glands, which they will normally come and rub it on this tree. So on nearby tree around their territory. So they get to mark the tree, which is also a sign of territorial defense and territorial marking. So they get to use their pre-orbital glands. And you can also see there's a lot of their footprints over here. And there's also dung maiden as well within the area. And of course, water. So where there's water, it means life. So within a territory, having some water also gets to attract the group of females to come within the territory. So having enough water, food, and a place to sleep, that's the best thing that wildebeest could be wishing for. Well, they normally say when it rains, it pours. Today I struck some luck with a beautiful pair of African fish eagles from where I am. Normally they don't allow you to see them from this distance, like literally. And one interesting thing about the fish eagle, they've got an incredible eyesight. So unlike us, we can see but not as good as they do. So you'll find them flying or perching on one of the trees, just scanning through the water. So their eyesight also helps them to can judge the depth perception, the location of the fish, and then like the calculation of them flying through, preparing to go and grab the fish out of the water. It's incredible. There she goes. So there they are, and the male joins, and they're flying away right now. Ah, so beautiful and massive. So what's happening right over here? We've got what we call symbiotic relationships. So
that kind of a symbiotic relationship, we refer to it as commensalism, whereby you've got one organism benefiting from the other without causing any damage to the other. So as the rhino walks through the grass while grazing, it gets to disturb things like grasshoppers, locusts, and as they fly away, the drongo gets to catch them. So if the animal is not moving fast enough for them to disturb the insects, especially the fork-tailed drongo, they're such smart birds. What they will do, they will send in an alarm call to scare the animal so that the animal start moving, and then as it moves, it gets to disturb more insects, and they continue feeding. All right, thank you for joining us with our adventure here at Sibuya Game Reserve. Stay tuned and join us the next time when we go out there and explore.
Wow, how cool was that little virtual safari? As I always say, the Sibuya area is so amazing. There is just so much to be seen. Lots of beautiful animals, and just the scenery. The scenery is amazing. Now we're here in this. Oh, hello, butterfly.
We'll see you out on the safari.
It could be a very exciting morning.
At Wild Earth, we believe every story has the power to create change. That's why we've launched the Wild Earth Impact Foundation, a non-profit dedicated to conservation and social impact. By showcasing conservation stories, we can change lives, protect nature, and empower communities. We have partnered with Empowers Africa to accept tax-deductible donations from US donors. Your donation will help fund critical programs that support our mission. Join us and be part of the change.
My full name is Maxine Gaines. Most people that know me really well call me Max. I'm a mum. I have two boys. One is 16 years old and one is 14 years old. I'm a very, very proud mama of my two boys. I've just always been passionate about leopards. I'm passionate about their conservation. I'm just passionate about everything to do with leopards. I love them. Some ellies that we're approaching now.
The light on her as well is absolutely gorgeous.
So we are going to enjoy the rest of this sunset.
Wow, 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 this is absolutely crazy.
And thank you for joining us. For myself and Cam, we will see you next time.
Can you hear that? The wild is calling.
Well, Eric, go back to the vehicle because sooner or later I might be saying good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, possibly good night to all of you, because you can see the storm that is building there. That is southwest. The thunderstorms here have been unbelievable. The lightning has been going up and down. And as I said earlier, I was smelling rain coming. I've been able to catch up with my huge herd of buffaloes that we saw before that had given us a huge roadblock, and they are still moving. They are 1 kilometer away. Oh, there's one mating there maybe. Not sure it is mating or not. We are going to catch it up. But sorry, Marcel, for moving you up there very quickly. But these buffaloes and the lions are 1 kilometer away. And these buffaloes, from the camp we are staying in, one of the most iconic camps of the Masai Mara called Governor's Camp, is just 500 meters away from the camp. The camp sits on the Mara River, on the banks of the Mara River, and one side you can see the river and forest, and that is the radio room areas and the workshop of the very famous Governor's Camp. And you'd imagine having such a huge herd of buffaloes very close to the camp. The direction they are walking is towards the tents of the guests. Most of the guests definitely are out on a drive now, but as we all plan to go back to the camp, I'm sure each of them will be having a drink on the balcony, enjoying the rain and these buffaloes from outside the tents. You can see those are governor's vehicles carrying guests racing back to the camp. Nobody wants to be caught by the storms here. You can see another one there, very fancy vehicles. Because sometimes you see when Masai Mara rains, it pours, it doesn't rain. So very quickly they need to be back home. If the rain catches you on the black cotton soil here, you might be in a lot of trouble. The buffaloes don't look worried. Neither Marcel is, or myself, but look at the storm. The Mara getting an average of about 1,000 millimeters of rainfall every year. But I got a feeling that with this amount of rains, it could be possibly 1.5 times that, if not double. So the buffaloes, interestingly, are taking a very tough direction to me because they're going towards the boys. Well, just in case we are not back, depending on this storm that is coming to us. But possibly we are going to hold as much as we can. But I think Cedric has much better weather than us here.
Thank you, David. Yes, the sun is shining, it's nice and warm, and yeah, lovely day. But yeah, good luck. Hopefully you don't get stuck in bad weather that side. We pretty much just came down towards Chitwa Dam, as I said I was going to do. Just going to come and take a look around here. Always a lovely, lovely dam, this Chitwa Dam. Sometimes it gets quite interesting bird life around here. You can see you've got a couple of blacksmith lapwings that's right in the front here doing their thing. Oh, I love the blacksmith lapwings. I can't wait to find little chicks. Didn't Eric have chicks here, Paul? A little gowrie. Ah, okay. So yeah, I always love to see those little chicks. They're absolutely so cute. Molly, yeah, it's in need of some rain, but I mean, you know, everything is still doing well. These lapwings are still very, very happy. There's still a lot of water left, and the rain season is starting now. So, was this coming to like you're right at the end of your dry season? Now your rains are going to start pelting down quite a bit. Well, we hope so. And now you try to look around as well. There's two big crocodiles that do hang around in this dam. I can't see them anywhere. Oh, I think like right across there. Straight across. And there it is, right there it is. Oh, there's one of the big crocodiles, Vlada or Boris. I'm not too sure which one it is. I think it's Vlada that's got the tip of its tail missing, and then Boris, the other one. And then there was a third big one that actually entered this dam not too long ago as well. So now I wonder if that third huge crocodile has remained there, or did these other two big crocs chase it out and, you know, claiming this dam for themselves. Now these big crocodiles, yes, they'll, any opportunity, if there's an impala they can grab, they'll bring it in. If there's anything, except like elephants, of course, or buffalo, a rhino, they won't go for that. But anything else, it'll, you know, they'll try and drag it into the water. But I think, you know, primarily their diet consists of fish, big catfish, tilapias inside of this dam, loads of fish. So that is like their main food source. But on top of that, crocodile doesn't really have to feed that often. Just remember, their metabolism is very slow, very slow. I mean, I think they got like one heartbeat every 2 minutes. You know, so they can slow down completely. So you can imagine the body's not using up as that much energy at all. So, you know, unless if you like, you know, you're very active all the time, different story. Oh, kind of no clue. Maybe like about a good 40 years old, 30, 40, 50. I don't know, somewhere there. Look, crocs can get up to about 60, 70, you know, years old. I mean, they can get to a good age. I think there's ones even further north, these Nile crocodiles, that can actually get much older. So, yeah, these ones, I don't know. I'll rate maybe about 30 or 40 years old. You can see this croc is really enjoying the afternoon sun. It's heating up its body for the last bit of the day. And usually you find at night time they won't be out the water like that. At night time they'll be inside of the water. I want to see if we can find the fish eagle as well. The fish eagle hangs around here quite a bit, but I think the fish eagle has disappeared. Alright, well, we're going to continue searching around this area, or I actually might end up going towards the Nzenga male, see if I can follow up on him. While we do that, let's head over to Eric.
So we are going to head up to another dam in Ndlovu, if I'm not mistaken. No, that's not the name of the dam, that's actually the name of a different dam. And is that a whistling duck? I'm sure I heard it. Anyway. I wonder. Yeah, we're going to see what we can find at this particular dam, but we're going to send you to Steve, who's got something rather interesting to show you.
Well, we have some runners, Eric. Nice whitish grey from the mud wallow, dried mud. The wide-lipped rhinoceros. Those birds gave it a fright shame. I think they were starlings. Gillian. We've been showing them every day since I've been back. Fork-tailed drongo on the back now. So the weather has certainly turned. Okay, well, I believe Kerry's got a new animal for us. Let's go see what it is.
So we are adding another mammal to our list for Kenya. I'm trying to show you this afternoon as many mammals as we can find. And I don't know if you can see her, but there is a female reedbuck lying in the grass here. She blends in so well. So there are two reedbuck species that we get in the Masai Mara. We do get the boho reedbuck and the mountain reedbuck. But judging by the color of this female's coat, I'm going to guess it's the boho reedbuck. They are more commonly found in these wetlands and floodplains near water, which there's a little stream running right in front of where she's sitting, and our hippo pools is also not too far away from here. So another mammal lifer for me, if it is this boho reedbuck. So normally they occur in pairs, male and female. This is a little female, and the males have little horns. And again, perfect habitat. I often see a pair of male and female in this area. So they are quite common. We do see them quite regularly, especially the last couple of days. Anywhere we go that's a depression, these low-lying areas, got water, nice thick grass for them to hide in, it's a perfect place for them. They do need to be careful of leopard. It would be a great meal for a leopard, but look, the minute they lie down, they completely disappear. Bird's eye, yes, I'm just guessing. Again, I'm going on the color, and I've seen a couple of the males before, and the shape of the horns and the color of the mountain reedbuck compared to this boho reedbuck. So mountain reedbuck seems to be a lot more lighter tawny color, and this reedbuck, the boho reedbuck, seems to be a lot darker in color, but bigger body size. The males are quite impressive too. They're kind of like an African deer. They're very cute. They have very big ears. Very, very shy and elusive little antelopes. Oop, we've just had a white-browed kukul flying into some bushes behind there as well. Sometimes if you spend time, I didn't even see her there. Well, she was actually standing up, so I saw her standing up. Then the minute she went down, I said, "Oh, James, look there, look there." James couldn't see her at all. And she'll lie there unseen for ages. Janine, yes, they do have very cute little faces. I'm sure they have quite well insulated fur, so quite a thick layer of fur as well, because the areas that they normally occur in do get very cold. So, anywhere that it's a low-lying area with lots of water does get quite cold at night, so they need to prepare for that. Males can be quite territorial, so if any other males come into their area, then they can also engage in fights, just like we witnessed those topi were having a bit of a fight. I'm not seeing the male anywhere. I'll keep looking, maybe we can see him somewhere, but I can't find our male reedbuck anywhere. He's probably feeding somewhere close by. These reedbuck would also be susceptible to being taken by crocodiles. If they spend too much time near rivers, they can also very easily be taken by crocodiles, as crocodiles are very opportunistic hunters. But this little stream is quite shallow. I think if you walked through the stream, you'd probably just get your toes wet, the bottom of your feet. It's not too much water.
What does it take to handle the wild? Balance. Determination. Focus.
Yaku!
And gear that can take a beating so you don't have to.
Oh, she's gonna catch it.
Come on, Tommy! Watch this, we're about to see a kill.
You can see how close he is from where I am.
Out here, every wild moment counts, and as a Wild Earth explorer, you will not miss out. Watch the Wild Earth channel ad-free 24/7, and you can even rewind if you have missed out on something. Enjoy the behind-the-scenes video clips as well as fireside chat, or get the early offers on our travel experiences. It's the best way to stay connected and be part of the Wild Earth family.
There will be different herds. You know, some will be related to others, some maybe not so much. And obviously that's important because obviously you want to keep the gene pool quite diverse. You kind of want to prevent these animals from sort of inbreeding with each other. That's so cool. You can see the water reflection on them. That was a clever baby, realized. Nope, I need to go back. That's awesome. Dean, the tail of an elephant is connected to the spine. It is one, and they have quite a bit of control over it as well. They will often use their tails to sort of not signal each other, but it's basically a sign of distressed, one, agitated, angry elephant. So when they're running away, say for example they're distressed, something has spooked them, that tail will come out to the side, be the left or right, doesn't really matter, and obviously they'll scurry away. Then there will be the sort of angry. This is when they puff themselves out, ears come out, their heads sort of lift up, and the tail obviously also comes out then. So yes, it is connected to the spine and is controlled by them as well. There was some impala here, I could hear them. They didn't sound too happy. Oh. We're gonna sit here and see what these elephants get up to though, while we send you over to Steve and some buff.
Indeed, Buffalo Namakala, and this is a very dirty boy here. Been lying in some mud. Had a nice look at him. You can actually look at that tongue doing the work. Buffalo don't feed on short grass. They have to grab the grass with their tongue and pull it up against the top palate, and then they rip it and then bite it with the lower teeth. Quite a process. I've never actually seen the action of a tongue like that with the buffalo. On such a nice level now, you can see it moving. Sol says, beautiful framing, Morgan. Thank you. It looks like he laid in the mud on one side only. Caked. As the mud dries, cracks. Serves a purpose for cooling and as well as suffocating ticks. Mary J, he's just covered in earth. Not filthy. Connected. Connected to the earth. She got a little bit on her bottom. Cooks just comments he's got the best perfect baked brownie crust. Chocolate brownie. I do enjoy a chocolate brownie. She's got a little bit on her of her own. They've just come from a water point. If their tracks and dung indicate that. Or probably chewing the cud before. Now with rapid feeding, it's going to fill that basket in the belly again.
Wild Earth Impact Foundation is a non-profit that uses the power of wildlife storytelling as a force for good. We create sustainable development projects that showcase conservation stories, empower people, and inspire environmental action. As a registered South African PBO, you can make a tax-deductible donation to the Wild Earth Impact Foundation. To find out more, visit our website.
My full name is Maxine Gaines. Best part of the job, gosh, I just love everything about guiding. I love being able to observe animal behavior and animals behaving naturally. So for me, that's by far the best part of the job. And so what we do here at Wild Earth is develop those connections with the people that are viewing and maybe just light a little spark that says, you know what, I want to be involved in protecting this ecosystem.
Join our expert guides at dawn for a live, immersive safari as the bush comes to life.
Found ourselves a chameleon, and look how he's changed color.
Every sunrise brings new discoveries.
Pound for pound, a leopard is one of the strongest cats around.
Ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with nature, live and in real time.
Great excitement, great happiness.
Start your day with adventure.
We are here with a male leopard. Touching the tips of that tongue is pretty unlikely, considering I've never really seen it doing that before. Whereas giraffe actually stick their tongue out and strip branches off of leaves off of branches. Okay, all on the topic of giraffe, sounds like Setters has got some.
Thanks, Steve-O's. And, you know, we've got a beautiful male giraffe that is busy feeding on some form of green tree there. I'm not too sure what. I'm going to get my binoculars quickly. It's a young torchwood. He's feeding on a young torchwood tree. Beautiful male, lovely in the Molawati drainage line. And I mustn't go there. I wonder if we go forward, thinking there. So nice, still nice green leaves around these drainage lines. So many times you'll find a lot of giraffe and kudu and nyala, a lot of your browsers, and that will come through here to feed on these green leaves. And the same as even the elephants will come through this side. So it's always a good thing to do is these riverbeds. Oh, that's quite interesting. So the dark tongue is due to protection from the sun. Jamie, they'll just look for shady spots and all that, and they don't pant or sweat. So the best way for them to keep cool is pretty much looking for nice shady spots in the area. And that's also the reason you see it behind the ears is white, also to reflect the sun. So it also helps because it's like the highest part of the body, and same as the head is a little bit whitish as well. That's one way to kind of reflect the sun and keep itself nice and cool. You can see a nice male giraffe, nice thick ossicones, has horns on top, compared to a female that's thin ossicones, and they got hair right on top of the ossicones. Looks like he's a lonely male, yeah. All by himself. Oh, gregarious, meaning they do go from one herd to the next herd. Sometimes you find males by themselves, sometimes you find a few males, a few females together. Janine, it's your favorite. Yes, it's also my mom's favorite, Janine. Trust me, as I always say, there's a story. We used to go to the Kruger Park, and no matter what, there could be like 20 vehicles like just down the road watching a leopard lying in a tree, and then as soon as we like approach that sighting, there could be a giraffe on the side of the road. We will have to stop for that giraffe for my mom, and we will have to sit there for a good 20-30 minutes and admire the giraffe before we can get to that leopard sighting. So yeah, no, she loves a giraffe, so everything is giraffe. I also like them, they're beautiful. Oh, look, I do enjoy a leopard more, but yeah, giraffe is nice. Nice long tail hairs there, as you can see. Long tail hairs, eh? Using it as a swatter, so for flies. Cat pack, do elephants or giraffe ever disturb birds' nests? Yeah, they do. I mean, it's not intentional, but it does happen. Unfortunately, for instance, if you've got a big tree, marula tree, or any kind of tree, and an elephant comes and it pushes that tree over, I'm sure there's 1 or 2 nests in that tree, and I'm sure it happens quite often. Giraffe, I think less so compared to an elephant, because a giraffe does not push over trees. So they're busy feeding on leaves and that. Unfortunately, yeah, there might be like a little nest with like 2 or 3 eggs inside of the nest. Now you can see that giraffe plucks away those leaves because it just feeds on the leaves. And maybe with all that kind of, how can I say, movement, it might bounce the eggs out of the nest. It's very possible. You must remember, it's reality. That's how it goes. It's the same as sometimes I'll walk down the steps and I'll twist my ankle on the last step. That's reality. Not that I've done it. Well, actually I have done it. Anyway. Alright, looks like he's heading off. He's heading to the sunset. Bye. Alright everybody, that is our cue. We shall go on. We shall move on. Maybe we might have another view of him. Let's see. I thought he was going to move further. Alright, like that, and Paul? Alright, let's take a look. At least we still got a view of him a bit there. There we go. Still feeding away. A big male like this guy's fully grown. Good 5.5 meters. And they've got the largest heart of all land mammals. You're looking at a heart of about 11 kilograms heavy, 11 kgs, and it beats 160 beats per minute. Wow. Anyway, I think let's head over to Eric, as he's also got a huge wow in Sandringham.
I've got some elephants here, some more elephants. Enjoying some nice grass in the sun. And there, she does have a couple of others that are slowly making their way down towards us. We just sort of in the bushes, in the thickets. And Cinderella, that's a good question. Elephant calves, when they are born, are pretty heavy. Some weigh about 50 kgs, some weigh a little bit more. Or depends on the size of the mother sometimes. You know, you can get big babies and you can get small babies. But usually the weight is around that 80 kilogram sort of weight, which is a big baby. Massive baby, you know. So more than more than the average human. Well, this lady, I'm not too sure if you saw, but her mammary glands are quite thick and swollen, so she's got a baby somewhere. Not too sure where. But obviously you can't see them now because her leg is blocking the way. She's a beautiful lady though, gorgeous. Gorgeous girl. The elephants really have come out today. We've seen probably today maybe over 80 elephants, which is quite nice. It's been an elephant energy day today. So peaceful as well. Wind has died down. It's actually quite nice to see a little bit of the sun shining on her body through the sticks, the bare branches of some bush willows. It's almost like a graffiti on her. Let's try and move a little bit forward and see if we can see her again. There's a big guari, well not big guari, medium-sized guari in our way. You might be able to see the rest of her family here, which is quite nice. You can see all the destruction these guys leave on the ground there next to her, pushing over trees. It's quite sad. They often sort of, they mourn over them. and obviously it's quite sad because you know, she's obviously carried this elephant, this little baby, for a long time, and anticipating the pregnancy. Oh, that dust is actually coming in our direction. And obviously, once this baby is, well, she's obviously no longer able to look after the baby, because the baby hasn't made it. It's quite a sad thing. So they don't really do anything with them. They kind of sit there, they hang around, mourn for a little bit, but eventually they leave them.
This is an unbelievable afternoon.
Would you like to know what an elephant's favorite food is? You could ask me questions like that in real time. Our safaris are live and interactive from the heart of Africa.
The Fortunas over here.
Watch Safari Live and connect with nature.
The bush, full of beauty, wonder, and absolute chaos. And now, all that madness has its own show. It's called a Wild Bush Week. The countdown of the most outrageous, heart-stopping, and sometimes downright ridiculous wildlife moments of the week. Lions throwing their weight around. Hyenas gate-crashing the buffet. Leopards doing, well, leopardy things. Each week, it's a fresh reel of safari gold, a mix of drama,
She's just got an impala, everybody.
danger, and a healthy dose of laughter. So, if you fancy a highlight show with bite, and I don't mean just the animals, tune in to a Wild Bush Week. You bring the tea, and we'll bring the tusks, tails, and teeth.
Baby's got his leg sort of up on the branch there, obviously trying to step over it. You can see you've been in the waters, you've got dark socks on. Even a smaller baby behind it. Oh. Quite a few of elephants here. Yeah, this is a herd of maybe 15 or so. They're all over, they're quite spread out.
Thank you, Eric. And I actually haven't done a sunset for a very, very long time. And as we got here to the trials pan, I just saw the colors coming through at the moment, and I thought to myself, no, we've got to admire this for the time being. It's fantastic. For a Sunday afternoon, you've got to do a sunset. Thinking about how wonderful the weekend has been, how wonderful the week has been, and I'm hoping for a week that's coming ahead to be just as good. So, yep. As Steve always says, you've got to try and just focus on your breathing. Very important. And all we need now is a lion to roar. And there's a lion here, but we just don't know where it is. As you can see, that sun is setting very quickly. It's nice just to take a little bit of time out for yourself and see where you are. Lemon Heart, yes, beautiful sunset, beautiful colors coming through. It looks absolutely stunning. I love that orange. Starts becoming like this Fanta orange color. Always nice to just listen to the choruses from the birds. Alright, well, we're going to continue. We're going to try and see if we can find this Nzinga male somewhere here around this dam or pan. Let's head back to Eric with some Ellies.
We've also got a sunset, bit of elephant activity, and the mountain in the background there. It's also quite nice. Very cool. You can see all the dust being kicked up by them. Oh, there's a very small elephant there. So I thought that one on the left hand side was the smallest one, but there's actually a smaller one. You can just see the top of its head. Well, from exploring the wild to planning your future, every journey has to start somewhere. So visit invest.alexforbes.com to start your investment journey today. Oh, we really have had some beautiful scenes today. Special moments with lovely animals. And this is another one. Well, the sun is on its way down, and I'm sure going to disappear within the next few minutes. But we're going to send you over to Steve, who's got some other antelope, and I'm sure his sun is still yet to set.
Thanks, Eric. Well, they always seem to know when you're coming to us. They turn around and disappear into the thickets. And there they go. They're sitting so nicely for us. Well, there's a youngster at the back. No, it's not a youngster. That's what happens, I'm afraid. Let's go forward a little. Maybe we'll get them again in that gap. That might work. Three days this group has been here, the same place, not moving very far. They are definitely one of the most contrasting in coloration and appearance, the gemsbok. All those whites and blacks, the browns. Beautiful horse-like tail, painted face, almost like a war paint on the face. Yes, your face. Oh, one's got a broken horn. And just like that, they're gone.
They might come into that.
Oh, they might come into the next gap, okay. See if we're lucky. 5, 4, 3, 2, just going to hold off on saying the 1 until I see some movement.
And then timing will be perfect.
Yeah. Okay, let's try go back again. Maybe we'll get them in that other gap. Should you be happy to see some gemsbok? We're seeing them every day at the moment, which is nice. Tell me when, Mogzi. Okay. This unfolds in front of you. Do you want to know why impala are the most common antelope we find here in the Kruger National Park? You can ask me questions like this in real time. Our safaris are live and interactive here in the heart of Africa. Join me on Safari Live. Connect with nature.
And that's it for this morning's drive.
She's just got an impala, everybody.
And we're going to be heading out and seeing what animals we can find.
Out here, every moment counts. As a Wild Earth explorer, you won't miss a thing. Watch the Wild Earth channel ad-free, 24/7, and rewind if you want to catch something again. Enjoy behind-the-scenes videos, fireside chats, and early access to travel offers. It's the best way to stay connected and be part of the Wild Earth family.
So very commonly we find them in the afternoon standing on the dunes in the desert areas, looking all regal. They're standing there to cool off with the breeze blowing against the body, help to drop their body temperature again. So incredibly well adapted to deserts, the harshest environments. I don't know another antelope that's as well adapted as the gemsbok or oryx. And they are beautiful. Okay, well, let's spend another moment here in the open plains. I'm going to send you over to Cedric, who's got an antelope of his own.
Thanks, Steve-O's. Yeah, we've got a female grey daker that is just feeding below a jackleberry tree. So I've been seeing these dakers recently now, especially the jackleberry trees is dropping some of their fruits. I find that these dakers are roaming around the tree itself and feeding on all the little jackleberry fruits. It's almost like if you think, it's like the elephants when the marula tree is busy fruiting with the marulas. And the marulas start falling onto the ground, you'll find that the elephants move around that tree and picking up all the marulas. Same as this daker, just but in a smaller form. Way smaller form. And these little antelope are solitary, so this female, you won't see other females with her unless she's got a little female lamb that's with her. That's the only time. But other than that, all by herself. Very pointy faces, and got an interesting little black nose with this black like line that sits on top of the bridge of its nose, heading all the way towards its eyes. Very, very pretty. But they usually tend to run. I've stopped quite a distance. And run. You can see just listening out, just making sure it's not being stalked by some predator. Ellie, very cute, yeah, very nice little cutie, nice antelope these. Part of the dwarf antelopes. And you can see they're always wary. You can imagine being that small and being preyed upon by many a predator. Lions, leopard, wild dogs, hyenas, cheetah. You don't want to. Oh, exactly. You don't want to hang around for too long. All right, it looks like that Dacre has decided to bolt out of here, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to get going. Why were you so nervous, Dacre? I don't think it was because of us. I think it just felt like it didn't want to be here anymore. Maybe felt a little bit vulnerable. Alright, I'm here on the northern side of Chitwa now. I'm just hoping, I'm trying to do this little area now, I'm hoping maybe for Tlalamba, that leopardess. Now she's been seen around here just in the north in Torchwood, so I'm just going to quickly do a little bit of the area. She likes using this road, Shorombi Romi, another road that's just to the south of us, or this road. And if she does come south, I'm hoping that maybe we get lucky with that leopard. But let's see. But like this is a nice place for her. Jeff, hi folks. Bye. Sorry, yeah. And yeah, she likes hanging around in this area. So let's see. All right. Right, well, we're going to head a little bit further on here, everybody. Just going to take a look further on this road just to see if anything has crossed. I think let's head back to Eric in Sandringham.
We've left that our nice herd of elephants. The sun has disappeared. We are now moving down a very, very long road. Once where we've had a couple of good sightings of these lions. I'm wondering if these lions are maybe somewhere up here. Could well be. They do like this area. We often find lots of tracks for them here. There's an abundance of game here, lots of impala. Couple of blue wildebeest, scattered blue wildebeest. The blue wildebeest population has taken a hit, of course, from it's all due to the lions. Lions preferring to go after them. If they cannot get themselves a giraffe, then that's where the numbers decline. So when we do see wildebeest, we see them in little groups of like 4 or 5. But the last time I was here, we saw maybe a herd of about 12, which was quite nice to see. Quite close to the Timbavati River. Stuck in bed, yes. Last minute, not so last minute, but anything's possible. We've still got another half hour, so a little bit of excitement, something can happen. But yeah, we'll keep our fingers crossed and hope that we come across something laying in the road. Not very many tall trees up here. I mean, obviously we just passed the greenthorn, but it's all very kind of these very short shrubs, most of which are monkey orange. And monkey orange plants do generally make it very difficult for us to do off-roading. It's a very hardy, very strong plant, and one that does not hesitate to rip cords, wires and pipes out from underneath the vehicle. Richard, no, I have not seen an elephant give birth. I'd love to see one give birth, but I have not. What are you staring at? We have a giraffe who's sort of just enjoying, oopsie daisy, we're running backwards, hand brake up, just enjoying the, I'm sure the view, lovely view there, unless it's staring at something. Usually when I see predators, they generally tend to just stand very still and they stare right at them. But this one is obviously not sort of staring down at them. It's looking in all different directions. Big male. Who seems to be alone. I can't see any. Do you see any others, Cam? No. Oh. This man is alone, all by his lonesome. Very dangerous in this area. And of course, a beautiful view. The northern Drakensberg Mountains behind this beautiful boy. It's quite a scene, actually. Quite a scene. It's obviously not unheard of and not strange to find a male giraffe all by himself. It happens. It's dangerous, obviously, when they're in an area where there are lions. Lions try to, or when lions munch a giraffe. And Toby, maybe we do. Maybe we will. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe, you know, obviously he's moved away. Might see somebody jump up and start giving chase. But, look at that beautiful sky. Lovely color. Almost like a little bit of haziness in the sky. Just gives it that extra bit of beauty. Sunset tree, absolutely. The giraffe is watching the sunset and is really enjoying it. But we're going to move on. The giraffe has left us. So we continue on. Anyway, that was very cool. Let's see what else we can find here. Yeah, loads of destruction. Loads and loads of destruction. More than what I've seen before up here. Obviously the elephants have been up here looking for food and finding it. Definitely finding it. Just hoping we're not gonna find trees pushed over the road here, because they love to do that.
My name is Amy, and today we're going to be doing things a little bit differently.
Even a hyena coming into the action as well now. Oh my word! She's stalking the hyena now. Leopard, hyena, lion, all together in one shot. Oh. Whoa. This is action-packed.
Would you like to know at what age a buffalo calf gets its horns? These are questions that you can ask me in real time. Our safaris are live and interactive here in the heart of Africa. Join me on Safari Live and connect with nature.
Every week, the wilderness delivers.
And that's why we're here.
Drama, chaos, crimes, humour. All moments you'll never forget. We've counted them down, argued about them, and finally picked the very best. From rare sightings to classic bush showdowns, this is nature's weekly highlight reel. Sharp facts, bad jokes, and the wildest top 5 you'll see this side of the savannah. It's not just a show, it's a wild bush week.
And that's exactly what Shapondo and Rulani is going to be doing. They're going to be doing the same thing. Testing, 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 testing. That's why it's going to be quite interesting, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing quite a few leopards around, because now we've got extra leopards that we're looking for. We're not just looking for Tlalamba and Kachaba. Now we're looking for Tlalamba, Kachaba, Rulani, Shapondo, and don't forget about Shapuku, that young male. So that's always nice. Alright, well, we're just gonna head down further down this road here just to see if we get any luck here. I think let's head all the way down to the Eastern Cape with Steve.
Thanks, Seta. Driving into the sunset and get on top of that hill and see if we can show you a beautiful sunset. There's some nice cloud just coming out of the dunes. Feel like I need to import some more winter gear. I'm sure last year October was warmer than this. OP, will I retire from guiding? Or the rest of my life? I don't think I'll do it the rest of my life. Get a couple of things in the way, and then you know, you get to a stage where we need to change things up. We'll see. We'll see. I have no immediate plans. I would like to be growing plants on a farm with a retreat space, some accommodation. growing medicinal plants, growing food, farming earthworms. It's a dream I've had for a long time. I just need to get enough capital together to start making the initial stages a reality. I love having my hands in the dirt. Okay, apologies for some audio sound issues there. I'm not sure exactly what's happening. Okay, well, while we get on top of the hill for the sunset, let's send you over to Eric. See what his plans are until retirement.
Oh, well, guiding is it's a special job. I don't know how long I'm going to do it for, but for the time being, as much as I possibly can, to be very honest. Oh. Hello guys, we've got ourselves some, wow, it's like going more forward. Found ourselves some elephants, more elephants. I wonder if this is the same herd that we found this morning, or sat with this morning. Reaching to the top of the tree there, picking all the leaves off the silver cluster leaf, which hasn't got very many leaves on it as it is. It's weird how some still have leaves and some don't have leaves. Not all of them have lost them. But even the ones that are still on the tree are not green leaves. Sort of semi-brown. Very cool. What's that smell? It's a nice smell in there. Very interesting smell. Anyway, there will be no more live tomorrow. Tomorrow being Monday or Tuesday, but they will join us again on Wednesday for the normal drive. And of course there will be no drive tomorrow, but we shall see some of you on Tuesday morning, of course. But, I think our elephants are disappearing into the bushes, so while they disappear, we shall continue on and see what else we can find along this new road. Oh goodness. Definitely not a road I have been down, so it is quite a bit, a little bit bumpy. I definitely think these elephants is where this road started. Where this road starts is where we actually found some elephants this morning. Had a really nice sighting with them. Some little babies. Had a nice little close-up of a little sort of almost sub-adult trying to get down the termite mound, and the mom came down, didn't want to come down the way that the little one came down. She wanted to come down a different way. What has happened along this path here? Interesting. I think this is where we turned around. It's like a little drainage line here. Obviously a little tributary that goes down to... There's also more elephants here. Oh, unhappy elephant. No, okay, sorry. That's one thing you don't want to do, is to annoy elephants at night time. Can't actually see them properly sometimes, and that does sometimes make it a bit of a problem, because if it's charging at you, you only really know that it's close to the vehicle by the time it's too late. Sometimes when they charge, they also don't make noise. Sort of bumpy. Obviously, because it's fairly new, it's quite a lot of loose soil, and they've obviously gone over some trees here. So the elephants have done a lot of digging around, because there's lots of nice roots that have been exposed, and that's what they want.
My name is Amy, and today we're going to be doing things a little bit differently.
At Wild Earth, we believe every story has the power to create change. That's why we've launched the Wild Earth Impact Foundation, a non-profit dedicated to conservation and social impact. By showcasing conservation stories, we can change lives, protect nature, and empower communities. We have partnered with Empowers Africa to accept tax-deductible donations from US donors. Your donation will help fund critical programs that support our mission. Join us and be part of the change.
Would you like to know the difference between a male and a female wildebeest? You can ask me questions like this in real time. Our safaris are live and interactive here in the heart of Africa. Join me on SafariLIVE and connect with nature.
greatest wildlife spectacle on planet Earth. We'll see you there.
Safari, wine, and waterfalls. The ultimate African adventure. Sip South Africa's finest wines. Experience a world-class safari among Africa's iconic wildlife. And stand in front of Victoria Falls, one of the natural wonders of the world. All this can be yours with Wild Earth Travel, where Africa comes alive.
And yes, the lineage carries on, continues. So like Tortoise Spaniels, remember he's still young. Tortoise Spaniel is only 9 years old. Well, not young, he's in his prime, but he's still got quite a few years. He's got more years than Mowati. And why I don't want Mowati? Because Mowati is the father of Shapondo, so it just doesn't make sense. Come on, last minute owl. I haven't even seen an eye yet, not even a reflection of a single eye yet. Oh, what? Sorry, sorry, Paul. Did you hear what Sandy Franklin's question was or comment?
Something IR is good.
Oh, IR and that came up so is the best. Ah, there you go. Alright, so I didn't get the IR part. Yes, IR. Alright, thanks Sandy Franklin, thanks Nadine. IR is definitely the best, and yeah, we've got all right cam ops. That's right. No, just joking. We've got awesome cam op. You know, one thing to be a cam op, you know, your passion is camera work, of course, but on top of that, you're in the bush. You're not, you're not at a studio, or you're not like filming a movie, or things like that, or an ad or something like that. You're in the bush, so you got to also enjoy the bush. So you got to also have the passion for the bush. So they are the best. Definitely. Anyway, well, we're gonna move on and see what else, and hopefully get a last minute eye. Let's head over to Steve and Morgan.
Lots of bonding happening there in Chitwa. We're here with a gorgeous orange-pink sky and an assortment of zebras and a lone hartebeest. Some warthogs came out of their burrow. I don't know if it's just where we are, but there is no wind here. Magical.
Quite odd.
Quite odd indeed. Stuck in bed, Super Sunday in the wild. It has been a Super Sunday. Such a lovely time of day, this. Sunrise, sunsets, something quite special about them.
Lee, our pleasure. It's nice to be able to connect people across the world with Africa, these wild places. A nice gentle evening, a nice slow drive back to camp, everybody. It's been lovely having you with us today from all of our wonderful locations. We'll be live tomorrow morning, nice and early, 5:30 in the morning, and we look forward to having you on board. Thank you for all of your questions. Thank you for all of your comments, your engagement from all the team here at Wild Earth. Have a beautiful Sunday further, and we'll see you on Tuesday. Until then, have a beautiful evening further.